The seals have been broken, and the devils are here. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Chaos Unending, our weekly D&D Warhammer game, all set in the Warhammer universe. How's everybody doing out there? I'm your returning GM Connery. And that is where we are going to pick back up.
Why do they need us?
Because we look a little bit less suspicious than them.
To be fair, we've also been actually quite successful on finding certain types of information. I shared with Lauren earlier when we were back at the Reaper's Bounty the information that we found, so it's quite possible that might have been part of why they came to us to continue in assisting with them.
It has been a beneficial partnership thus far. I would say we owe them a debt for what they did back there.
And honestly, they solved a problem that we had no answers to. We had no idea how we were going to actually eliminate the threat once we came to it. And the one hope we had, Father Yosef, we thought maybe he could pull some strings on our behalf. He's lost.
Hubris.
Well, technically, though, your mission was just to get information on the kid, wasn't it?
This is beyond what our mission was.
Now, yes, it's gone far beyond that.
Well, if you're going to lean on moral, I guess, high ground with this, do you feel no pull to make sure no one else dies? This is a problem that's going to be exponentially devastating if it's left to its own devices. And the prince pointed out quite clearly, it's going to happen no matter what. If we assist, less people will die, unless you want that on your conscience, so delicate as it is.
I just can't help but feel that there's something else that we are missing. There's something not right. Something stinks.
We've been on the road a long time.
I mean, we haven't showered in a while.
The point of the matter is that if you really honestly feel like we're still missing information, there's nothing to say you can't be continuing to look for information while we get, the information that he wants us to get. So we're still doing what you want right now. We just need to be very careful about how we do it.
I'm just curious how we'll get that information while also concealing ourselves from whatever magic he's using.
While certain skills are more useful than others in this situation, I will say, Hildebrand, you need to steel yourself because we do need you with this. You have a certain positivity in dealing with other human beings that I can't say I carry myself, and last time Carmen tried to stealthily go around the ruins, I think you remember what happened. So, it's true. You are very skillful at being unseen and getting the right information from people in a very organic way. I would prefer not to have any interaction with any of these mindless people, if we can. But if it does come down to that, I have a feeling that you'll be able to deceive them, disarm them in the situation a bit better than Carmen or I.
You must know that at this point, our choice is between more death or less death.
Quite simply put, yes.
That's all it is. The natural order of things would dictate that he is a disease to this forest, to this nation, and he needs to be put down, just like any other diseased animal would need to be put down. It's just the natural order of things. Can't think about it so personally. This is what we're dealing with. I don't exactly enjoy the idea of putting down a child, but it's necessary.
Are you in? Can we rely on you? We're just getting information right now.
Why don't you have some more of that pipe?
I made you a promise that I would help you. I will not back out on that promise.
Alright, then we should discuss how we want to infiltrate the town.
It does seem as though the only people who were affected were the people close enough to hear him.
The prince alluded to that being a possibility, and I was thinking if there was some way for us to deafen our ears to it. It's a possibility that might help, but obviously nothing's assured. If we had any kind of access to candles, we could possibly cover our ears and keep our hands ready for any kind of combat we may run into.
And just pull them out.
We would have to be very careful about what we see if we can't hear anything, though. Also,
Perhaps
Nils is in that mess right now, but he's unaffected. I was thinking, how far away were we?
You were something to the tune of like 60 yards away.
Yeah, that we were like right on the edge.
Listen, stop
You were
using
almost
yards.
you were almost a football field away.
Okay, I'm like, because my spell cards say feet, and then you talk to me in yards.
Yards is 3 feet,
I
so
know, but
Math.
you were about
Or
100. You were about 180 feet away.
Well,
thank you.
I do have a soft spot for Nils.
I'm particularly interested in his immunity. So, if
course.
there's some way we can maybe,
Get his attention.
if I'm within a closer range, I could possibly signal to him.
Flash him your leg and he will follow you anywhere. He's made that quite clear. I am not being facetious.
I don't want you put my leg on a pedestal when we're trying to stealthily walk our way through a town of zombies.
You might
They're not going to be paying attention to you. They'll be too busy with the boy in their eyes.
We don't know that. For all we know, the boy turns them into horn dogs, and they're all gonna come a running. I don't know if that's a good idea.
No, I think that's a terrible idea in every sense of that phrase. So, as I was saying, if we could get me closer to the boy, I could signal to him.
For you to kind of like whisper something to him with your music?
Oh, we've seen what that does to people, though.
Desperate times.
Just get me within 30 feet, and I could signal to the boy. The point of the matter is, though, we still have to get much closer within that town, and we need to do it.
Then perhaps
carefully.
you should borrow his cloak.
You're gonna send me in alone.
Oh,
I will also remind you that the prince said that should you decide to give them the information, you could go into the nearby, the surrounding wood at night, and they would find you.
Yeah, once we have said information.
Yes, but I forgot. I did not.
Yes,
I
thank
did
you for
not
the
refresh that part of the story. How to get in touch with the elves? They did tell you.
I just stand outside and go,
With the wood elves.
Marco!
Oh my.
Okay. I'm being good. All right. Well, it is. Can you at least cover your ears while you're going in there in case the boy starts
Any
speaking?
building we find, as soon as we get close enough to enemy buildings, we could ransack it for some taro, just melt it down and
Tallow.
tallow. Sorry, my enunciation's not great.
It's okay. Tower of Cards.
What kind?
GM question?
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on our packs, the pack type, could there be candles in those packs? I have
Yeah.
a diplomatic.
Diplomat's pack, you actually already have sealing wax in there.
Ooh.
Oh,
Let me see what I have in
yeah, I
mine.
think we do because remember we had the
if you have
wardens-
if you have a dungeoneering pack, you would have you would certainly have candles.
Yes. There's quite a few packs that have candles. I know specifically the Diplomat's pack has sealing wax in it for sending letters and such.
Yes.
So you have wax on you.
Okay, that's plenty of wax. You can.
I'll be good.
It's like quite a brick too,
Yeah.
because it's intended to be used.
Shall we create earplugs?
Well, it's not quality like the wood elf honey wax.
And you wonder why they hate you. Disrespectful.
I'm saying it's not as high quality.
We should prepare it and have it
I
on
don't
hand.
care what kind of wax I shove in my ears right now, okay?
As long as we have it on hand ready to put in as soon as we think we need it. We shouldn't have to walk around with it from the start. We want to be able to have all our senses at our fingertips while we go in.
All right, so I'll break off like small pieces, like 2 small
Okay.
pieces for each of us.
Okay. She can kind of rolls it around and kind of.
Yeah, you can with enough heat between your hands, you can get it pliable
Yeah.
enough to turn into because sealing wax gets a little bit harder
Yeah, but if it's
than a
heated-
tallow candle. But if it's heated up, you'll be able to at least ply it. If you hacked off a small enough piece, the heat will make it so that you can form it to whatever you need. So forming it to a little ball to put into your ears.
I'm gonna form it, and then I'm gonna actually, well, it's still a little squishy, put it in my ear to shape it properly, and then take it out. So I'm making a mold, basically.
You know things about molds. Sorry.
No, I have to wear an earplug in real life, where I had to have it personally molded, but that's how I know. But anyway, so yeah,
knowing
that's
is
what I'm
half the
gonna
battle.
do. Yeah.
All right, so let's see if we can start finding our way around the edges of the town and work our way in. I would possibly defer to you in terms of choosing our route, but
Well, the problem here is that the majority of this town, they're all in the camp, aren't they?
Anybody who spoke up too loudly against Carl's influence were, if not physically beaten into submission, they were physically intimidated to the point where everybody either is going along with it or they fully believe.
But I mean, have they like abandoned the town and gone?
Oh,
into
no.
the camp?
There's still a few people floating around the town, but a lot, like a good majority. Like, you can tell from the number of people that lived in Fiefeldorf, for example, you could tell that about 95% of the population of Fiefeldorf was gone. And this seems to be a similar situation.
we could also see if any of the houses on our way have maybe some clothing less conspicuous that we can disguise ourselves with as we make our way into the camp. People look
Maybe
at us strangely
something
in a
with
normal town.
hoods to cover our heads.
If you have traveling cloaks, you have hoods. And you have a mundane one, so you don't have to meld into the forest every time you want to.
Right.
Actually, no, you take an action to activate it by pulling the hood up.
Right.
If
be
you
up
just pull the hood
forever,
up,
right?
you don't have to activate it. So you can use it as a normal traveling cloak. So you guys do have hoods, because traveling, you don't have umbrellas. If it starts to rain, you throw a hood up.
Right.
So you're traveling into camp?
Well, we wanted to get Nils.
Well, he's moving
in the-
along.
He moved?
Yeah.
Remember, this happened after the congregation got together and they spoke, and the hammer bearers and
So you
Johann,
followed them, like tugging on them, like, "Are you okay?"
he's still there. He's still the acolyte of Johann. He still has his duty. You know that from the conversation you had with him. He's very devout.
And where were they going? And where were they?
They're heading further into the camp.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to get him. Well, let's just try to be as smooth as possible.
Yeah, I think if we try and maybe get him on our side, and we can have at least another person who we can deploy into this entire mess from finding information. If you get me within 30 feet, I'll try and signal him over to us. Whether or not he gestures to us and gives us our entire spot away, I cannot guarantee that. But
for whatever reason, he seems immune, so he's the best advantage we have right now. Okay, let's
make our way.
Well, if you think you have a better chance of getting close to him, I'll give you the cloak to use.
I think he'll need to see us, though. I was thinking, I have a way I could gesture physically to him, but I could still be a good 30 feet away. But if he looks to see what it was that he was tugged at, and he sees no one there, he'll just carry on with his day. He needs to see us, or one of us. So if you send me on my own, unfortunately that won't do any good.
Well, like I said, let's try and look as inconspicuous as possible while walking in. Pretend we're part of the crowd. There's no reason why we wouldn't have been influenced.
Yeah, let's hope that everyone feels the same way.
Do you see the child up there? Or that priest?
They've actually... this was at the end of the last session. They all had... Carl had come down off of the shield bearers, and they had all started walking further into the camp.
Yeah. Well, my question is, how close are they to the actual shield bearers, Johan and Nils?
Oh, Johan and Nils, they were all close enough that they might have been...
I mean, now. Like,
now? They're moving in. They're walking with the crowd.
Okay.
Is Nils bringing up the rear?
Yes. You can see he's kind of dragging his feet, but he's also dragging his feet because he's carrying a giant chest with a hammer in it, but he's...
The crowd is leaving him behind.
Not really leaving him behind. He's just dragging his feet a little bit and doing the best he can. He's still a young, strapping lad. He can carry things.
Are there people between him and us?
Yes.
Looks like our only choice is to walk into the crowd.
We have to go in no matter, even if we abandon the boy and the information he may have.
We do need to go in regardless. You're right.
So... onward?
Okay.
All right.
And we are walking toward the crowd.
Once more, I will sup with Renaud.
You start making your way down the hill towards the camp. You can start to hear it. By the way, everyone should be hearing this. We are using Sirenscape tonight for the first time, so I have some actual ambiance for everybody.
That
Big
won't
thank
get
you.
flagged.
Big thank you to Sirenscape, by the way. Traveling in, you see the hustle and bustle of this war camp. People making their way from tent to tent, going about their business for the day. But you also see different factions of what might be called fanatics of different sects. You recognize the ones of the Bleeding Heart. Or the, I'm sorry, it's the Burdened Heart and the Open Wound. The Open Wound were the ones that had the cuts and scars all over the bodies that you found with the body on the road with the infected wounds, the flagellant. And then you saw the other ones walking down the road with the...
carrying all the books.
those librarians. Just want to make sure it's not overpowering. Let us know if the
windy day, all right?
ambiance is a little bit too much. I can turn it down. Turn it down a little bit, hopefully. It'll help adjust it a little bit. You also see other sects walking about. You see all of them happen to have the same kind of feel to them. They all have some kind of signage with them, or some kind of uniform signifier moving in pacts. There's one group wearing white robes, walking about in a very, very sanctified manner, walking with they don't look like they're walking anywhere in particular, but they're in lockstep, and with their heads bowed underneath the cloaks, their hands hidden within their sleeves. You do hear them singing similar songs in the old cult tongue, but it's not loud enough so that you can understand their words, but you do hear the hymn as they walk past. There's another group that seems to be walking around with piecemeal leather jacks, and you'd swear you know they intend to be carrying them as clubs, but you can tell that they're just shaved down tent spikes, walking around and looking puffed up like trying to be this police force looking organizations, pointing at certain things, telling people to move things out of the road, the pathways in the camp, doing their best to look intimidating. But they all have, on their leather jacks, they all have the symbol of the child, which is a hammer over the heart. A purple heart with a hammer over it is their symbol. But then you also see the rest of the hustle and bustle of the camp in its mundane form. You can see there's a few shop-ish sort of looking tents. You can see there's a familiar looking, there's a wagon with a very familiar looking signage on it in the middle of a large clearing. It's a haft of wheat with a reaper's scythe under it.
Reaper's bounty.
Over the wheat is a hammer now. It looks like it's been hammered onto the bundle of wheat.
Now I know what happened to them.
They're serving drinks out of this large barrel-laden cart. A elderly, not terribly old-looking gentleman, but a veteran of a venerable age, and two other. One looks like to be maybe of an age that would be his wife, and one looking to be an age of his daughter. Walking about, serving drinks, pouring from the lashed barrels. Nearby is a small cook fire where a young male is cooking and handing out bowls and pieces of meat that have been roasted and rotisseried, all while receiving coin and throwing them into his front pouch. You see, you do hear a kind of a commotion coming up behind you, and people seem to be cheering as well as you can hear this commotion from behind you. And turning around,
Yes.
you see what's probably best described as the camp's foragers. It's just a group of men, all in like green, brown, gray, threadbare tabards, each with a poorly sewn on hammer and heart. One's carrying a chicken. One's pulling a cow along. Others have armfuls of fresh vegetables and heads of cabbage and carrots, and there's one with a giant sack over his shoulder, and they're all receiving cheers, and everyone's giving huzzas as they pass by, as they make their way further into the camp.
I was going to say, they're not bringing food to the people.
Looking around, is it all mostly children of men? Are there dwarves? Like, what is the diversity here?
You see a few. It's a majority. The race of man is the main majority here. You occasionally see a few dwarven elements. One or two halflings here or there, but no.
So she's not an apple in a basket of oranges.
Yeah, there's enough diversity that somebody would accept the and thing is that you can tell everybody is the way they go about their day isn't that different from any other war camp except for the religious sects walking around. It just, this crusade feels more like a traveling troupe. It's operating like an army on the move. It's not really. It's not as religious as you initially thought it would be.
But it's also not heavily as armed as an army would be, is it?
No, they don't seem to be well armed at all.
After all we've seen.
Although, perception checks, please.
Hopefully next week I shall have the beginnings of my new dice tray.
8.
19?
And that would be a 23.
Okay, 19 and the 23. Linnea and Hildebrand notice bobbing in between the peaks of the tents around you. Just maybe one street over, you see pikes in formation marching through. Just on the other side of the tents to your left.
There, you see the pikes too?
Yes, although...
There.
Once they're pointed out, you do see them easily.
Perhaps we should casually continue down the street.
Well, do we want to approach Nils? I don't want to lose him in this
Let's
camp.
follow him. Let's just seem like we're part of the crowd.
We also don't want these pikemen.
You guys didn't let me know you were looking for Nils, particularly once you made your way in. I would have had you guys rolling different stuff, rolling more perception checks to see if you could even see him at this point. All right, roll another set of perception checks. See if you even know where he is at this point.
22.
3.
6.
You can see where the recent Hildebrand is the one who notices the recent crowd kind of heading deeper into the camp, heading more towards the. You can see there is a sheet wall further in.
There he is.
Being.
Okay, let's not lose him.
I know. I'm also concerned though about pikemen coming up behind us.
At the same time, people with weapons are just as dangerous as an entire lynching mob. We can get murdered by almost any group of people in here right now. If we act overly suspicious, it may also draw attention to
Let's
us.
just follow the crowd at a brisk pace. We'll eventually catch up to him, just let's not lose sight of him.
And look how easy it is to lose someone in the crowd. We'll use that to our advantage. Get me within 30 feet of Nils, and I will try and reach out to him and get his attention, and we'll gesture for him to be quiet and
You get
come to
a
us.
Lanira gets a tug on her robe.
My what?
A tug on your robe, right side. As you looking to the disturbance in your clothing, you see there's actually a looks to be a 10-ish year old, dusty blonde hair, covered in grease and soot though, kid, and he's holding a package. He says, "Are you a road warden, ma'am?"
Yes, and so is this. This is my companion.
He pulls out from behind his back a small, like a padded envelope with a piece of paper across the top of it.
I don't like that some child knows I'm a road warden.
Now, hold on. When you open it, you can look at that.
Did you read it already?
I didn't read it yet, but I'm holding it.
Flip it. Stop it. Put it down, face down, until I tell you you can open it.
Okay.
Shouldn't have given it to her yet.
I can't read from that distance.
The winner
anyway.
is.
We're a lot of very blind people here at this table.
All the
So,
glasses?
Oh,
he says, now, do you have any swords you want sharpened, or a patch of a cloak, or to polish your armor, anything? My father runs a booth nearby. We're just trying to make our way through with the rest of the crusade.
Oh, well,
We can visit soon.
where's the booth? Maybe we have some business, but
He looks, his eyes just brighten up. Oh, we're right over there. It's the green and white tent with wooden toggles on it, and it's got Father told me what they were called, squares on the underhang of the back. It's right over there, and he points to it. You can pretty
Yeah,
much
it's
see
fine.
there's a couple of rows over.
Okay.
And you can see where it is.
Aw.
What?
okay. Thank
Seen
you.
it a few times?
What is this envelope from?
Oh, it was a delivery. A messenger brought it to.
To your father's shop?
Oh, he said that you would to look for road wardens coming in and to give it to the pretty elf one.
Oh, did you notice who the messenger was? That's
Oh, he was a nice man. He was very, very quick though. We met him on the road. Beautiful cloak though. Oh well.
what kind of cloak?
I don't know. It was gorgeous. It looks like green and black scales. It was beautiful.
So, will you be at that tent? when
Yeah,
we
I'll
come
be
in?
there with my father.
Alright. Yeah, we'll be there soon.
My name is Eckbert, and he holds out his hand.
Oh, I shake it.
Thank you, Eckbert. We have some things to do, but we will be to your father's shop. We've been traveling a very long time, and we're quite filthy.
Okay, I'll go let him know you're coming.
Okay.
He spins around and kind of just jumps and runs.
What's in that envelope?
I've been tracking
Open
Nils
it.
the whole time still.
Make 2 more perception tests because of that.
Fidgeting
well.
it open.
Do not open the bottom part until I tell you to.
11?
Oh God.
11, do I still have him?
You lost him.
Damn.
You okay?
I lost sight of him while we were distracted with the boy.
You had one job. One.
Seems
What is,
these days
what
we
does
have.
the envelope say?
How does somebody
There's
know
a-
we're coming here? You see, again,
A beautiful,
Yeah, I know. What does it say?
Yes, yes. Just opening it arm's length, just like.
It is a flowing script that you recognize. There's only one part that's a message. There's information on there that is for her.
Oh.
well,
If you read it, there's a part that you can kind of read. Do you speak Elven?
No.
I do.
Then you have
I know
actually.
one phrase. Is
You
that
have-
phrase on
I haven't.
No.
I haven't finished teaching you that phrase yet.
Also, I haven't taught you how to write it, just how to speak it.
Sana,
Sana,
Amin,
Amin,
Ce.
Ce,
You see?
There's also a pack. There's just, like I said, there's a
Sana?
padded package.
Sana,
Amin,
Amin.
Ce.
She kind of shakes it and hears the
You hear
bells.
the soft
Where's
jingle.
Luna?
Don't worry, that'll be fine.
This really means what you told me.
Opens the, looks
I
in
am
to see the bells.
wounded.
Puts it while they're arguing into her bag.
Mm-hmm.
Is there more to the letter?
No,
Okay.
that's information. Should you do anything with the bells?
Okay.
So,
You understand? I wrote it
Yeah.
in one
That's fine.
flow without thinking, realizing.
That's
So
fine.
I just folded it over.
I will keep it over here.
who sent it?
Keikala, is that what it says? Am I pronunciating it? I'm probably butchering
I
something.
got to look at it again. I wrote it down this morning.
Oh man.
Kaikala.
Do I know what that means?
Yes. It means, basically lucky charm / cherished object. Also the name of what those bells are called.
What bells?
Well, you don't know about the bells.
Yeah, you don't know about the bells.
You didn't know about the bells. You two were having your little back and forth Elvish for Dummies moment when she was looking at that. So yes, it's Kaikala.
Does it count as wearing the bells if it's on my bag, in the bag?
No.
So, what was all this envelope business about? How did somebody know that we were here?
Seems to be a lot of that going around. I don't know why you think I would know why. I have no idea. I had no information about who it was from. It just had little bells. She just hits her bag and they jingle.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Would I know the word for those bells?
You didn't see the letter.
Did you say the thing out loud?
No.
Okay. No. So you were just saying it was a okay. So all she said was it's a letter and there's these bells, and she patted her pouch and you heard a light, beautiful jingle. But muffled as if it were under cloth.
I mean, I'll look at them a bit later, but we're trying to quietly go through a camp.
Yes.
So I thought it was best just to keep them in my bag for now. We'll look at it later. Right now, though, you lost. Where's Nils?
He's dragging the chest with the hammer. We should be able to follow that.
Is he
track.
carrying it or
No, he was
somebody-
carrying it.
Oh,
He wasn't dragging it along the floor. He was actually carrying
because you described it as dragging it before. That's why I thought.
No, I meant like schlepping.
Yeah.
Schlepping.
Dragging, schlepping, carrying.
There is a difference between schlepping / dragging and
No,
carrying.
schlepping is not dragging.
It can be.
Okay. Well, we've learned some things about adjectives today. What?
Lolly, lolly, lolly. Get your adverbs here.
Well, listen. That child, while not the one we anticipated on encountering, seemed friendly enough. Maybe the family will be forthcoming with information. Do you have any? Have them look at your sword or something. Not a fancy one. See if while we're there, we could just have conversation. See if they've made any notice of the comings and goings of the camp. They've been here longer than we have.
We could ask that boy to find Nils. I'm sure he'd be eager.
Okay, well, that seems...
I'm sure.
Nothing blends in quite so well as a filthy child.
Yes.
I'm sure he'd also be quite happy to do it for a couple of coins.
Exactly.
Couple? Look at that child. A one coin might just make his entire day. A couple might make him suspicious as all how he's gonna get eaten at night. Ah, I completely forgot about that.
That's why I reminded you.
Thanks.
Continue.
So shall we go to the tent?
Yes, we will go to the green and white tent with the wooden
Toggles.
Yes.
toggles. I was giving it the proper
and the
dramatic
square
pause.
thingies. hanging from the flaps.
Is there a shape cut out of the side of the tent?
No, there is no shape cut out of the side of the tent.
Dick.
Bonus points to anybody who recognized where this comes from.
It doesn't actually have that on my sheet, right?
What?
The thing you just showed me?
It should be. You should have written it down as part of your traits.
Well, it's because we have the new...
Well, it's the character sheet in and of itself. I don't know if you wrote it down or not. It should have been in, like, extra traits or something like that.
racial traits.
Yeah. Did you write it down?
Yes, I just... Okay.
Okay. Just trying to draw your attention to things.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, actually, thank you. New sheet. Fancy.
You would-
It's weird.
Just for making decisions, being aware of those bonuses and what you get. You two just got your stat bonuses, so you don't care, but she's got fiddly bits in her as a race.
I do have fiddly bits.
I get to hit things
That sounds
twice.
rather serious.
Listen, there's a lot of people that show up to see her fiddly bits. Anyway.
Like Nils.
I will make that boy my squire.
Thank you for finishing that sentence. Okay, so we're going to the green and white tent.
Green and white tent.
With toggles.
And squares.
When you get there, you see Eckbert is carrying a bundle of sticks over to a small, like he collected firewood recently, and he's loading it into like a steel drum for easy access. Inside, you see a man sitting over what looks either like a breastplate or a pauldron or something, and he's scraping at it with some steel wool and shining it up and taking some rust off of it. He's of simple means. Not the best looking shirt. It's dirty and ragged. Simple trousers of green. But he is a strapped fellow. Years of hard work have shaped this man into something. Or he's a weightlifter.
Gotta have your hobbies.
But you can see the dark,
Large and sinewy hands.
dark, sun-beaten brow and arms as he works this armor to a fine shine. That's what you're presented with as you walk up.
Do you have anything specifically you wanted actually, while we're here, taken care of? Otherwise, I can just offer my crossbow if it just gives us the opportunity to talk.
What is he gonna do to your crossbow?
Clean it? I don't know. I haven't touched that thing in a month.
It seems like he knows what he's doing. I'll let him sharpen my axe.
Okay.
You do see a grinding stone nearby.
Like, he doesn't, like, seem like an amateur.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up.
As you walk over to... Epper said you'd be coming by. How you doing? He pulls up, he stands up and he starts wiping his hands off with a towel, getting all the oil and grease off of his hands. Walks over, he says, "My name's Ayla. What can I do for you?"
Well, Eckbert said maybe you could spruce up some of our gear?
Oh, bless the child customers.
Yes. Yes, he's a good one.
This is not a problem. Come over here. And he walks over. He says, "What specifically do you want me to work on?"
Well, this axe is worse for the wear. Take it out.
Oh, he takes it. He says, "Oh, finely made. Good balance too. This is
Through a lot.
This is part of the north. You're from the northern Drakvold, aren't you? You can tell by the wood. Oh, sharpen it clean?
Yes, please.
2 pieces.
Oh, that's fine. 2 gold.
Silver. Pieces.
Yeah, give us some.
You want to mark
Quite overpaying.
Oh, how's my chest plate? It's probably been.
Oh yeah, no, it's been through the ringer. This is if you're
How many gold?
are you gonna bring that up or?
I'll come over. Look at.
Oh, wait, no, here it
Of
is.
you, Susha?
There you go. Okay.
With the ladies?
Yes, I am. I'm with the wardens.
Oh, wardens.
Yes, your son
Oh,
brought them.
you're the
message.
road wardens of the package.
Yeah, you're.
Oh, it found you. Good.
He's a good one.
Yeah, your son. He said he couldn't remember much about who gave you the message, other than he had a beautiful cloak. Do you know who it was that passed the message along?
Oh, no, just no, pale, dark-haired man. He had that cloak up, though. I didn't get a good look at his face. But, like, beautiful cloak. I think they called it a... He must have got it when he was in Marienburger on the coast, because they're called a sea dragon cloak, last I checked.
That sounds.
Would I?
Make a history check. You don't get to.
With advantage because of Marienburg?
With advantage because of Marienburg, specifically the school you went to.
Ah, okay.
We unfortunately we're a bit behind. We've been separated from our.
Did you get a
friends.
20?
Oh, yes, he did. Yay!
On my green dragon die.
That's blue.
That's the blue one?
Yeah, blue.
Damn my eyes.
But the cloak was blue and green, right?
Yes.
We'll go over like cows and chickens next week, but colors first seem to be a problem.
Don't bring up chickens.
Oh,
Greta.
Greta.
That's why he's when he said before that they were bringing the chicken by.
Oh,
She got-
I know. Greta.
While
Lornock will make it all better.
So,
Remember, Sana Amin Ce.
yes, I'm ready.
It means ready for you now.
Yes.
The Ce is the now.
Ah.
Thank you, Bushwhacker.
wow,
One day I'll get a card for my own. One day.
Arr! Damn.
How did you even write so fast? Jesus Christ!
He's ready.
Apparently.
Wow. Okay.
I like making things happen.
Something wrong?
Were you asking to... You wanted me to look at something for you, sir?
Oh yes, my chest plate has seen better days.
Oh, he helps you with the straps. Gets it off. He says, "Oh, we'll say the 2 was for everything. So anything you want me to work on, I'll take a look at
wow.
it for you if you want.
Very
You're so
kind.
generous.
Thank you so much.
I actually had a
Anything for wardens.
bit of a request. We just got here recently and we've been separated from our friends. Would you or your son possibly have seen, or could find within the camp, our friend, small child, carrying with the hammer bearers that came through recently?
Carrying a big chest.
I've been in here working all day. Egbert, come in here. Little boy runs in. Yes, sir. This is be a good boy and talk to the wardens and let them know what you saw. He says, okay. What can I do for you?
Can we adopt him?
We're just gonna become like the Lost Boys. Jesus Christ!
I just love
You need to
him.
feed them, and it's coming out of your part of the paycheck.
It's fine, I have a lot of money.
Tell me, lad, would you happen to have seen part of the throng that was passing by? There was a rather large priest, and traveling with him some hammer bearers bearing large hammers. And there was a boy a little bit older than yourself, carrying a big chest behind them. Would you happen to have seen them?
I think I saw them. Did they? Are they new? Did they show up recently?
Yes, they did.
Oh, well then they're going for the welcoming ceremony. They do it every day.
Welcoming ceremony.
Yeah. Once Carl goes and we enter a new town, Carl goes up and he talks to all the new people, and he gets them to follow him over to the main tent, and they have a little bit of a ceremony, and they get to
We did it too. It's a lot of fun.
Really?
You should go too. Yeah,
Actually,
you get to.
Don't you remember we
Hey,
saw
let's-
this in the last town we were in? We're actually just catching up with our friends, like I said.
Okay.
He's so dumb. But there's copper in it. If you could maybe go and retrieve our friend and bring him back here.
I'll have to ask me dad.
Absolutely. I mean, that's
Okay, well, they do, they don't, it's, I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe it. It's just really grand. And one of the things that he does is he tells you what we're gonna do with what the Crusade is for and where we're going and all the great things that we're gonna do. It's great.
And what did he say? What did he say? What did he tell you?
I wonder if it's any different from what he was
a
saying
lot
in
of-
the other town.
It's a lot of information. It's places he mentioned. I think we're going to Altdorf. I know Altdorf, that's the capital. We're going to Altdorf and then we're gonna go oh wait, he'll be emperor then. That's right, he'll be the emperor then. And then we're gonna take the armies of the empire and we're gonna go Kislev. That's the name of the place.
That
Quite
is
a
a
plan.
grand. That is a grand plan.
And we're going to take the fight to the chaos hordes. And we're gonna show them the light of us. We don't need no weapons. We can just show them the light of the boy and they'll all fall before him. The demons will be burned away. Oh, it's such a great story. You should go say it.
Wow. That does sound outrageous.
It is very grand. It's exactly like what he was saying before. So, if you could ask your father if you can go do that errand, I'd be
Sure.
happy to make it a silver if it's any problem.
Yeah, of course I will.
Don't just let them know. Bring them back here, but only the little boy, like yourself.
Only the lad.
Okay.
That's our friend that we need to speak to.
Okay.
How
So
was the road
the
wardens are looking?
fat guys with hammers and the young guy, only the young guy gets invited.
Yeah.
That's right?
Yell
That's
and the
right.
road wardens want to speak with
Okay,
you.
I can
From
do
the,
that.
Reaper's
I
Bounty.
can do that.
Remember us.
It's just, I learned it from my dad. Half up front!
Clever lad.
Now you make me do math. I was just about to make it a nice clean 8.
It's 5. If you give him a silver,
Yeah, I was gonna.
yeah,
just
give
split-
him. Yeah, 5. It's 5 copper now. 5. If you're, yeah, okay. So 5 copper.
Okay, thank you.
Very well. There's half up front.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Good boy.
He puts it in his. He pulls out a little like coin purse. He puts it in. It looks like a dice bag, pretty much. He puts it in there, ties it up nice and tight, and sticks it into his face.
He says, is there anything else? Or I should just...
Oh no, just that, please. Please.
Okay.
Please bring him back. To us.
I'll see if I can go find him. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and he runs off.
Now that he's gone, I don't know what this will mean to you, but the cloak that he described belongs. It's the cloak of a Drucha raider, a Druki raider, a dark elf corsair. How would a dark elf corsair know we're here, and why would he send you some package?
What was up with that?
We've been getting strange visits from all kinds of people lately. I would ask the same about what happened with you in the carriage. I don't know.
That's when I heard beautiful cloak, I was very worried. I thought
Yes.
it's bad enough I saw him the second time.
So what was in that note?
Yes, what was in the note?
Bells.
Bells?
Yeah. Shakes it back.
Did it say what they were for?
Well, I mean, I imagine bells in a lot of cultures have been used to ward off evil spirits.
Yeah, but why would someone send that to you?
Make another check.
Who?
The one that has been educated about elven cultures
Okay.
in his college at Marienburg.
Advantage or no
Advantage.
That's shitty.
No. 14.
Yeah. It's an elvish custom. You know that different they do different warding kind of techniques. You know, the high elves usually used rings. Think about the way no, think not lord of.
Ooh.
I hear the call.
No, they have not died yet, Barry. Relax.
Damn it, Barry.
Yet?
Yeah, listen, this episode, I don't know.
Think like a Japanese monk on a staff kind of rings. They jingle just chiming by bouncing off of, and they carry them on their waists, on their staffs sometimes, and specifically if they're trying to ward off things. Bells were kind of a dark elf thing though.
They're called
Kaikala.
Kaikala?
I mean, we've just been in talks with the Asri?
If you're talking about the Azerai, yeah.
Azara, yeah. I mean, I don't know what other complications we're gonna have, but I'm sure this entire affair is taking interest of many parties. I don't think it's ill-intended. I think maybe that's why I didn't worry about putting it in my bag, but right now I'm keeping it in there just because I don't want to advertise their presence as we walk around, but it doesn't feel terribly sinister.
Might I see the note? I might be able to discern something from it.
While I appreciate you teaching her filthy language, I highly doubt your Elfish is better than mine.
I did not intend anything by that.
It's five bits from Kilt saying, "Damn it, Barry."
Anyway, that welcoming ceremony, while I'm kind of intrigued because that might be a wealth of information, that also seems like a wealth of danger.
Make an insight check. I can tell from your face. Your gears are spinning.
Just him?
Just him.
Oh, wow.
What'd you get? A 1? Yeah. You can't suss out anything, really.
You're just...
My brain hurts.
It's okay. We'll get you...
But she brings up... She brings up the, Aw. Moving on. Master Allen being naughty. Anyway. You can, Alright, so. You start to hear the wheel of the grinding stone start to spin. And you see the sparks as he starts to sharpen the axe. And with an even hand. Seeing that you're having a conversation amongst yourselves, he took it upon himself to get back to work.
Good fella.
So you are left standing in the at the front of this tent.
Well, it's our best bet for the boy to find us again.
Yeah, we shouldn't stray too far from here.
There's also that cult from Reaper's Bounty handing out food and drink we could eat, but our GM...
Master Allen wrote for 10 bits, road wardens with a package, bow chicka bow wow. Are you happy, chat? Everyone was...
They were upset you didn't read it?
I know, I
Yeah.
could tell, and I knew who it was from, so I had a feeling, thinking suspicions, and like...
Sana means sea.
Oh, you hear that? Did you say that out loud?
Yes.
She heard me say it before.
Yeah, that's not what that means.
But I don't know what that means.
Well, no, she needs to know.
Oh, wait, you do want to give me a note?
She's the one...
She already does.
Oh, you told her that?
I don't remember.
Yes.
Wait. It's...
They did trick me. I knew this was gonna happen.
You don't know shit. You don't know shit.
I asked him. I was like, "Is this what you say?" Oh yes. I wouldn't lie to you. You hurt my heart.
Stay in character.
Yes.
No,
we know,
no,
just to
no
make sure
meta,
it's what I
no
think it is.
metagaming.
Yes.
No, that was a
Don't
character.
summon the pigeons.
That was a
Stay in game.
character when I said that, and he responded.
Well, you don't know.
No, I don't know.
You
I
don't know.
took his word.
And as far as Carmen is concerned, it totally is still that.
Golden.
Well, they wouldn't put me in danger, though, would they?
Oh, killed. 100 bits for the. Now comes the pigeons.
It wasn't metagaming. I really asked him that in character, and he responded in character. Oh, you hurt my heart. I wouldn't lie to you. I was suspicious.
I hope you can read this.
Holy crap, it's 3 words. How much do you have to write down?
Yeah, I know. I was impressed too.
Yeah.
Elvish, rock on. To quote Orlando Bloom.
Is it legible?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Alright, well,
You better not be sabotaging me. Worst wingman ever.
Sabotage. Not sabotage. Sabotage.
Sabotagey. It's a sabotagey.
oh my god. Alright.
You wound me. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever.
Good old band, by the way. Rest in peace, dude. Sabotage is the band that the lead of Trans-Siberian Orchestra used to be in the lead of, and he passed away recently. So, but anyway, back to the game.
The welcoming ceremony, it seems like it'll have information, certainly.
It also
but-
seems like a death trap.
Yes, absolutely.
Death of
And we
mind
can't
or
hear
body.
anything if we have. I mean, oh god, I keep saying this, but if anyone was to go in there, it would possibly be most advantageous for it to be me.
That's why I wanted to get Nils.
Well, I agree. A sacrificial lamb would be much more useful.
Well,
no, not that. He seems to be immune.
I know, but like if anything happens to him, it's not us.
My.
There are tools in your
Okay.
belt, and you use them appropriately. You think nothing else of it.
Well, yes. However, this isn't even a moral question because he won't be affected. Or so we think.
Well, hopefully, Egbert comes back with him soon. And there aren't
We would
hiccups
also
in
be
that.
helping him because remember, if those
His
if they
mentors are lost.
If they if it is discovered that he is not towing their line, if he is not worshiping, he will be beaten, possibly killed. We have seen that before, and we've been told about that before.
It's true.
Remember the abbess.
You hear heavy chanting coming from the road
The white
near the
cloaks?
tent. No, different chanting altogether. These ones you can hear the harsh crack of whips
Oh. The flagellants?
coming down the road. If you take a peek out the tent, you see in 2 lines
In rows of 2.
there's 10 bare naked men covered in cuts and bruises with long gnarly cat of nine tails that look like they've been fashioned from just anything lying about. Rope, hunks of iron, tree branches, anything that they can get their hands on. It's so long that when they swing to whip their backs, they're actually hitting the face of the one behind them. And they accept it.
Give it to me some more.
These are not the book carriers
No, these aren't the ones that you saw either. The ones in the
in the street.
Those had very ceremonial cuts.
The chanting, what language is it in?
It's in the old language of the Empire, and it roughly translates to Karl is Sigmar, Sigmar is God. Karl is Sigmar, Sigmar is God. Over and over again. No,
Role play.
that's Merciful God God is merciful. Lord, give them rest. But as they walk, you know, Sigmar is God, Carl is Sigmar, and you see the guys behind them. They're drenched in cuts, blood, and dirt, and they keep walking. And Carl is Sigmar is God, and just whip crack after whip crack, and slowly trudging and marching through. Walk right past you. And as they whip, a splatter of blood splashes across your boots as they keep walking.
Take a step back.
It's okay, Claudia.
And they pass by in relative peace.
They don't take like random notice of anything.
No, they don't. They're doing their thing.
It oddly seems not unusual for this place.
I'm
The
not
madness
surprised
runs
at all. It's so strange how organized the camp is, and yet
It seems like
this
any
is
other.
here.
It seems like any other war camp. I mean, aside from the fact that
That's not like any other work camp.
No, apart from that too, there's also it seems to be mostly civilians from what we've seen. There's the occasional like short sword here and there, and maybe pitchforks.
The pikes.
That's a bit more organized. I mean, obviously there are guards that have been taken over. I mean, look at the fat man and his hammer bearers.
well, Egbert mentioned that during the welcoming ceremony, he's suggesting that the chaos will be driven back just by beholding Carl's splendor, not by an army in the sense
I
of.
do have to wonder
cannon
what the
fodder.
motivation of that is. What, I mean, if that's even what they are planning to do, or if that's just a cover. But he already has them influenced. Why would he need to lie?
He might not know the truth either. Remember, he's a pawn in every.
That was my
Make
main
perception tests.
concern.
20.
No. 7. Rolling
15.
like shit.
Laniera sees him coming down the street with his head kind of hanging in shame. You see Egbert
He's pale dust.
dragging his feet. You saw. They didn't. He's a little bit further away and he isn't moving fast.
I think Egbert failed us, and I paid half up front.
Well, he's not back yet.
He's. She kind of pushes the curtain aside and just like, over there?
You can see him walking and occasionally
that's
using
the
his
look
sleeve and wiping his eyes.
That's the look of failure.
No, it's something else. It's something else.
Well, he didn't bring him back. That's failure.
No, that's not it.
Maybe approach him then.
All right.
Don't
wait,
do well
come
with
closer.
crying children.
It takes him about a minute or two to get close enough for you guys to see that he is openly sobbing.
What's wrong, lad?
I'm sorry. I did my best.
And he looks up at you, and he has a huge welt, like here over on the side of his face.
Happened.
Who did that to you?
He takes out the coins.
There you go.
Who hurt you?
The priest said that I shouldn't try and take his sacrifice away. I'm sorry.
And
I
keep the
didn't-
coin.
Keep the coin. We're sorry.
We're sorry you got hurt. You got that pipe still?
He puts away his he puts away he puts away the coins and
Sorry. If you want me to do anything else,
Now go and take care of your eye, lad.
Where did you see them? Was the boy with them?
he
We
was
should
with
definitely
them.
talk to them. That was not.
They were just leaving the ceremony and they were gonna go find the tent, I think.
The one who struck you, was it the big fat man?
No, it was one of the other guys. So,
I think I know which one. There was what were their names again? Ernst.
Klaus.
Ernst.
Ernst
Und Klaus.
Und Klaus. And Ernst was a dick. That much I remember. Ernst was a dick, and he kept hitting Nils in the back of the head. I think I'll have a little talk with
Did you give before the copper, the 5 copper, or did I? I did, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so give him the other half, the 5 copper.
All right.
You hold out the coin? Mm-hmm. It looks really confused. No.
No. You did more than you were supposed to do by taking that blow. We're even. Go and get your eye taken care of, lad.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Anyone who beats up a child,
There will be retribution.
I have no...
Says the man planning to murder one.
I'm not! That's not fair! Don't...
It's different.
There's a very big difference between this cute little
Because
expert.
feeling got hit, we're gonna fucking destroy another one. Yeah. That's even clean. You don't know how it's gonna happen.
My axe. We're planning how
Okay?
we're gonna
Yes,
do
I
it.
was trying to swallow, but these two are too busy cracking me up. And I'm like, trying very hard not to let soda pop out my nose. It is most painful. The bubbles hurt.
All right. Well, we don't want to.
So he
leave
runs
until
over
you
to his
have
dad,
your-
and his dad takes a moment. He's like, oh. He has this look of expectant sorrow. That kind of look of happened again, didn't it? He goes over and opens up a chest and pulls out a side of meat and slaps it on his kid's face. He pats him on the shoulder and he holds up his hands with the coin. He tosses his hair, sends him to go sit down for a little bit. And then he goes back to... Ayla goes back to sharpening the axe.
Again?
It's not unusual.
What if younger people are immune?
That kid seemed pretty enthralled with the entire
Whispering a
thing.
little bit too much there, Pops.
Oh.
Stage whisper.
Stage whisper, yes.
What? No, but what? Well, a child would be enthusiastic about something he thought was supposed
That's
to be
true.
great and grand.
That's true.
He never said, "Our Lord," like all the other zealots have been saying. He called him Carl.
Well, the people walking through the town are saying Carl is Sigmar is God. They're all calling him
I
Carl.
think it's a worthy thought.
Well, why don't you
But-
ask him more about it?
We
Discern.
can't leave completely until you have your
Yeah,
weapon. However,
might as well.
And I have my chest plate back.
we can also mill around at least the area and try and talk to some people and see if.
Find more children.
Do not say things like that. As it is, people look at us very strange when we go to the villages. And if you start walking
theory.
around saying, "Ooh, let's find some children," it's not helping
theory
the
might be
entire affair.
legitimate.
Remember. She had all those problems with Granny's children.
I know. And all the little boys just.
That's the origin story there.
Yeah, session 0, motherfuckers. Ugh.
You'll just have to ask about it, won't you?
Listen,
Maybe during the break that's coming up soon, you
Yeah.
can discuss what happened during
they
that.
made it.
Give
they
some
left
context.
The welcoming ceremony. We can possibly find Nils ourselves and see if we could separate him, or if you want to try and use the child to find information over here, one child or another.
I would rather not have the lad get struck again.
Well, then, how would you like to find this information? We need to find what tent is possibly the most gaudy and presumably where he sleeps at night. We need to know who Carl's surrounding himself with, what kind of trouble my kin will run into when they try and do the deed, as it were. We need specific granules of information to avoid as much death as possible. And we're not going to find it just sitting here.
Well, then why did we decide to get our armor clean.
Because we were hoping that the boy would bring back nails
Yeah.
and then we would
Well,
use nails to find our information.
I'm still useless without my axe.
Well, hopefully you will not be taking on this entire war camp single-handedly.
Didn't take him long to. Actually, by the time you've had this conversation, he's walked over. Well, you've seen him stand up, and he's starting to walk towards you. And he's just with a rag. He's just looks like he's applying a fine layer of oils to it.
Does it look beautiful?
Oh, it looks brand new. He even he must have used something to get some of the rust out of some of the inlays on the hilt. Even on the crap! I forget my anatomy of an axe. The banding between the axe head and the shaft. Some of the inlay in there has actually even been kind of cleaned up.
You did an amazing job.
Hands it over.
Too bad there's not many people around with armor and weapons for you to work on.
Oh, well.
Fine craftsmanship.
I do get some work from the spearmen. From,
Oh, those pikes we saw?
Eisenbach's men.
Pikes.
The what?
Eisenbach. Lord Wilhelm Eisenbach. He's a local lord from southern Midland, if I remember correctly. He's a farm lord, though. Man will sit and talk to you about pigs for days.
Yeah.
I do want to apologize about your son getting struck like that. I had no idea that would happen.
It happens. It's rough around here. There's the men walking around calling themselves the fist that holds the hammer, instructing candle makers what color candles they should be selling, what has to be sold. Luckily, I don't sell wares, I sell services, so they can't tell me what I can and can't sell. Well, yeah, I get work from Eisenbach's men. And he even brought knights with him.
Really?
10 beautiful destriers. Maybe you'll see them walking around occasionally. They make a circuit of the camp every once a day, at least. They like to show off that they're still here. Then, and you also got Krieger's men. He was a captain. They sent him to stop the boy and bring us all in for heresy. Plan to kill.
That didn't happen.
Well, he saw the boy once, knew exactly he was Lord, and now he's been the most devout follower of them all. Good man. Keeps his word. Pays well for his armor. I wouldn't want to have a drink with him, but he seems like a good man.
Can't hold his liquor.
Not like that Vanderpeer. Make a check. This is an intelligence history check with advantage.
I'm glad I have my jack of all trades. 18.
Oh, bitch.
You know Vanderpeers. The Marienburg Vanderpeers. Magnates. Money, 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 money. They were renowned for two things. Their unbelievable physical stature. They were large, tall in family.
In shape or like?
No, in shape and
Okay.
tall, like a family of AJs. It's a McKenna clan
Okay.
kind of thing. Of friends of ours. They're known for that, and the only thing that outstrips their rank of height is their rank of cash.
They rival my father.
They've beaten your father at contracts on several occasions. You are familiar with the Vanderpeers.
I'm very surprised to hear that. Which Vanderpeer is it that,
Like his name was Jan. That, if you're thinking about it, actually, that was the name of the eldest son.
he didn't go to the...
He went to the academy.
He went to the same school I did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Oh my.
It still seems like there's not a lot of protection for the boy. Like this place.
No, no. Krieger's men, that's 30 Empire-trained Calabadeers joined him. His entire regiment joined the Crusade.
My.
When he and his men came to stop us, like I said, he joined up and his men followed suit.
Lucky.
There's 30 halberdiers, and Eisenbach brought 10 of his own knights and 20 of his own pikemen.
Ah, the pikemen, yes.
And that's not taking into account Vanderpeer's mercenaries that he has hired with him, that he brought over from Marienburg. And on top of that, Helmut and his soldiers, there's 10 more of them, with their hammers and their holiness. And then you've got the rest of them. Oh, look around you. You've seen them walking around. Anybody who can pick up a stick is a soldier, as far as these men are concerned. And they're all for cause, so they're all moving in the right direction together.
That definitely makes me feel a bit better about it. I was worried.
I was
that
concerned
Such security.
Well, I haven't seen the boy in a while myself. Yeah, there's times I'm thinking about moving on myself, too. This has become quite a bit of a hassle. I mean, when I first joined up, I was swept up in it all. Carl is Lord, and everything. But, now I don't find myself, as enthusiastic.
Well, I would be careful who you say that to with all these people.
Oh, I know to
around.
keep my mouth shut.
How long have you joined this?
I've been
entire
traveling
affair?
with them at least 3 weeks now. Oops.
When was the
Hit the
last time
microphone.
you saw
hit
the boy?
camera. Sorry, guys. Oh, I saw the boy. Well, every 3 days we stop, and when we stop, boy holds mass.
Oh, the welcoming ceremony that your son told me.
No. Welcoming ceremonies for anybody that joins into the crusade. No, this mass is done. It's a large gathering of everybody in the camp. In the center of camp, they have it. It's kind of a compound they set up. You can see it from here. And he points out the tent, and you can see above all the other tents, you see a grand, I dare say it, almost
top.
palatial big top that must take at least 20 men to erect on its own. So just beyond the sheet wall, you'll find yourself looking at Carl's personal compound. We tend to call it the compound. Some of us have come to call it the heart of the camp. Likes to be at the center of it.
Appropriate.
And the higher up you are and in better favor with Carl, the closer you are. Now, I'm no merchant myself, but I'm close enough that I'm staying away from the rougher elements. I'm sure you saw them coming in. But we're all invited in, and we all take... Trying to think. He calls it the body of Carl. We just all go in, and he gives everybody a small bit of bread, something to bless everybody with, something for them to take. Helmut went on about it, about some kind of transubstantiation thing. I'm not a theologist, so I don't know.
And that's what he gives you. That's what he gives you every 3 days.
If.
When was the last time you had any?
Oh, I missed the last one.
And when was that?
It was about 6 days ago, about a week ago. We stopped. I think it was outside that. We stopped at a carriage house on the road.
Ah.
The Reaper's Bounty.
Well, that was the name of it.
Yeah, we just passed it on the road.
Oh, they packed up shop, came along with us. But yeah, we I couldn't make it.
Skip?
Oh, I'd taken it deathly ill.
Oh.
Trick question, let me as God. You see the yellow plague's going around.
Do we know what that is?
You can make a quick history check. Or a medicine check if you have that.
Ooh. That would be a 24.
Okay. You're aware of you being from a port town.
Yeah.
You're aware of these maladies.
Yes. Ah.
It's a waterborne illness. Tainted water must be making its way around. It's called the yellow plague because people's their skin takes on a jaundiced pallor, and they sweat and they shake. And 1 in 5 die. It's the thing about the yellow plague is that it's so swift, but it's but those that survive it almost have an immunity to it at that point.
Did they make their roll?
Did you guys make your rolls? What'd you get?
I got like 4.
You have no idea.
Got 12.
No, you've heard of it then.
Okay.
You don't know the particulars of it, but you've heard of it. You know about the yellow skin tone, the kind of jaundiced skin. You know about.
I explain everything.
You know about the
being on being from the port.
The incubation cycle.
Right.
It's waterborne though, so their water stores are somehow affected. And he says, "Well,
That would also possibly explain because we did see yellow bodies by the dead canals."
Oh, that might be. We were in Marienburg at first. But my boy went, he received it, brought it back, I had mine, and wouldn't you know, a few days later I was feeling much better.
Miraculous indeed.
Yes.
I don't know if it was a miracle. I've always been made a hardy stock. Might have fought it off myself. Don't let anybody else know I said that.
Not a problem.
It was by Carl's good grace, and he gives you a nice deep wink.
Well, you certainly have given us a lot of fine news and information.
Appreciate it.
We're so glad that we were able to catch up on all these happenings that we missed while we've been on the road here.
Well, you seem like right standing up members of the Empire, road wardens at that, blessed by the Emperor. Of course I'm gonna help. And you pay well.
Do you think you'll be able to? I'm sure you'll be
Shoves
able
his
to
hands into his apron.
I'm sure you'll be able to do a marvelous job with it. I hope it's my chest plate isn't too badly damaged.
Oh, I'll get to it right away. Angels 87X has been initiated. Thanks for the follow. I'll get right to it in a few minutes, but for now, I'll let you know whatever you want. You seem to be new to the Crusade, and let you know it's very difficult around here for somebody who's just arrived. So you're not prepared. So
I do get that impression.
It's very hard to know where exactly you fit in it. Is it easy for everyone to just transverse the entire camp, or are there some places that we need where we won't be allowed access?
To get into the compound, you need some kind of invitation from the boy or Helmut or Van de Pierre.
Vanderpeer seems to run everything around here, though. He's, if Helmut is the soul of the Crusade, Vanderpeer is the mind.
I would most heartily agree.
He's the one that makes the negotiations with locals when we arrive. Him and the knights ride ahead and inform of the new converts that what's going to be arriving in their town. He speaks with their elders. Then Carl shows up. What do you know? They join up. And they all believe in the boy. And then we head out. After, of course, the forgers have their way with the town. Vanderpeer does pay. Not enough, but he pays him. I wouldn't take the deal. I did take the deal. Ah, shit. Well, it was just me in there, but so... It was business. It's probably the only reason I'm still with him.
Well, I think we should go and get something to eat. It's going to be a while for him to repair my chest plate.
It shouldn't be too long. I'll just bang out the dents, give it a nice polish, tighten the fasteners, make sure it looks all nice before you go.
I thank you.
Reaper's Bounty's a good choice if you're looking for food. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Carl's Bounty now.
I bet it is.
That's...
That would be more appropriate.
If you're going to Carl's Bounty, though, I'll give you a little bit of advice. Don't take any relics from the halfling. He's a swindler. He makes them all himself or he steals them.
Do you still have the hammer?
Would you happen to mean something like this?
Oh, you've been taken by him too.
We met him and
This is why I make sure that Egbert turns over his coin as soon as he makes it. Not that I don't appreciate my boy taking care of his funds, but he's always off to buy a new little trinket from the halfling.
Tousled silver hair.
Yeah, that's him.
Climbs into a haversack.
Oh, I wouldn't call it a haversack. It's more like a moving duffel that he could live in.
Calls it his library.
No, I think he has a library
In it.
Yes.
supposedly.
Yep, that's him. You know Yosef.
Eccentric
Yes,
fellow.
we
Yeah.
do.
Where
Yosef.
else could we eat?
You could take your business over to the Groff. It's foragers bring their food over, any livestock or food over to the butcher Groff, and then he proceeds to cut it, divvy out the proper cuts, sells them occasionally.
The butcher, Goff?
Groff.
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 Like
Groff. Was that the one from the butcher shop from the town that was all...
No.
Oh.
No, it was a bakery that you guys went through, not a
Yeah.
butcher shop.
Ah, okay.
That was the burnt bakery.
Right, but the butcher shop was emptied out and gone and everything. Was that from the same town?
Not that you can remember. You're not sure.
Okay.
Right? But there's been a butcher's in almost every single town
Yeah.
you've been to, so the connection is strenuous at best.
I'm just curious. Well, that might be the place to go then. To avoid any halfling entanglements.
I mean, I'm not terribly keen on eating or drinking anything from a place that's rumored for having the yellow plague, so we should be quite careful.
Stick to ales and wines. Stick to the ales and the wines. You won't have a problem. If anybody offers you water, don't take it. Drink your own, or drink an ale. It's your safest bet.
Why, did you drink some of the water and then that's when you got sick?
That's why I got sick. It was a long day and there was a water woman coming about. Pitcher woman. Took a ladleful.
How many other people got sick?
Oh, everybody. It's still going. Everyone gets sick every once in a while. They're not sure how it keeps spreading. I've said it was the vessels.
The vessels?
Somebody's walking around with a tainted vessel. Maybe a pitcher or a cask. Somebody fills it up. That spreads it around. You never get rid of all the water in a cask.
Very fair.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get onto that breastplate for you, sir.
All right.
If there's anything else you want me to look at, you let me know. You know where I am, and I will leave you in the grace of Sigmar.
Thank
He
you.
turns around and walks back.
Thank you, friend.
Sits down and starts working
So good to.
on his breastplate.
We
And on that note, I'm gonna let you guys schmooze and talk with the chat for a few moments.
No,
I'm gonna
because
take
I gotta pee.
Yeah, take a break. It's break time. We're at that point. There you are. All right.
I gotta pull up.
Discuss, chat, ask questions. We are all about answering questions
bring it
here.
up
Obviously, if we're
first.
sitting here, I'm gonna go use the restroom myself. But I've got we've got the old dragon right here, and we've got Carmen staying, Ryoko staying at the table for now.
Chat.
yes, I'm trying to.
Hold on.
I'm just making sure. Oh, you can tell them about why she's got a problem with orphans.
Oh yes.
Orphans.
Yeah, give them a quick rundown of
God.
the session 0 experience you guys had.
Wow, my memory is bad. Okay, so
Wait, I'm trying to get into the chat only to turn off the video.
what was the name of the town we were in at the time?
Hey players, what's up with the orphans from Mungo?
Yes. Well, we were in a town. Lynira and I had been traveling together for a while. We met Hildebrand, who decided that 2 road wardens would make a very good story. The town was attacked by some beastmen. We were able to kill the beastmen at the expense of some pretty nasty wounds.
Barry, go and check on the pits. He says, I can sell you some orphans, Carmen, pretty cheap too.
Oh no, I don't want no. Anyway.
Okay.
So we were able to kill the beastmen, but then we discovered that way more were coming and we needed to leave the town. We did our best to convince people to leave. The captain took charge and decided to have them leave.
The town priest was killed in front of all
he
their
fell
eyes.
in a pit. It was very sad, and he was impaled with spikes. It was a goblin trap, no?
It was a goblin trap.
Yeah,
yes,
what the hell,
Barry.
So anyway.
I checked the pits before you guys started traveling.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Well, at any event, there was there was a caravan that was put together that the remnants of this town, we helped them find the caravan.
We were being road wardens, helping them move from point A to point B, basically.
And part of the caravan was a carriage filled with orphans and their governess, Granny. Unfortunately, Granny had a habit of leaving the encampment in the middle of the pitch black night, going out into the woods.
Which caused the children to start screaming and crying, and none of us could sleep. That's the worst part.
The worst part was that it disturbed someone's reading.
Disturbed my sleep.
She wouldn't think of it as the worst.
Well, she doesn't need to sleep.
Hey, Schwilliam, thanks for the welcome back.
Yes, it is always Barry's fault. At any rate, so it turns out that every time we went out to the woods and we came across a band of wood elves all pointing rather large pointy arrows at us and saying that she was doing curious things that there should have been no reason for her to be in the woods. So we assured her that there was no problem, that she was merely an old adult woman trying to find
Go have a drink.
herbs
Go sit down.
and flowers to make healing ointments for these children in her charge. And they accepted that, and we took Granny back to the caravan.
And then the next night,
And then the next night, we start hearing, "Where, Granny, Granny, where are you?" I'm starting to be giving you a flashback.
Oh my god, triggered.
And it turns out, despite being told she should not go out again, she went out again. So we then followed her, only this time we came across something
Ice Wolf.
rather nasty.
Well, you guys didn't even follow her the conventional way either, because
That's right.
Lanira saw her fly out of the
That's right.
Yes.
She saw her, and we were both rather incredulous
as
at this.
as a crow.
And we were both rather incredulous at this, but we followed anyway.
Seems like bullshit.
She was she dancing naked around a sapling in a campfire with a large stone
Pretty
circle all
close.
around her? Yeah, pretty close. She wasn't naked, but
The
yes.
second,
That is very
the second night.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be good.
The first night
Just
we
don't
just
play with it too much.
the first night we just found her
Pull it across.
in the frozen in the middle of the woods. But the
Pull the
reason
pendant and pull it across.
the reason that she was frozen was because of the
Perfect.
elves with the arrows pointed at her. So then we brought her back again, saying, "Granny, you cannot go out in the middle of the night because
She only went missing twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first night with the herbs, and then the next time you went looking for her, she left the caravan by transforming into a crow, ended up in the middle of a
So while we were fighting
bonfire circle.
Right.
Scary
That's right.
wolves.
The wolves
she
came
was
up.
there chanting with a book in a trance, and I told this one stop her because the wolves were beating the crap out of us. And so what did she do?
Stop her?
Yeah,
Exactly.
with what? With what? What did you do to her?
Magic.
Okay, go ahead, explain to the audience.
Well, she was chanting, so I stopped her from chanting by crushing her throat.
Yes.
I did not necessarily intend. Listen, Lanira was really fucking broken up about that because she was defending this lady to everybody. Because everyone was so quick to be like, in a forest and an old woman, she's chaos sport.
all of a sudden this ghostly, spectral, skeletal, glowing blue hand came forward from her, and it wrapped itself around Granny's windpipe, and
Chill touch.
crinkle, crinkle, crinkle.
Goodbye forever.
And when we asked her about, well, no, Granny, you have to live. What about the children? She basically said, let them get stuffed.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, I tried
God.
healing her. I tried to save her.
She didn't want to
was
live,
too-
man.
yeah, she was done.
She had her life had been horrible, much like
She
everyone in
decided she
Warhammer.
was done.
She has seen some shit.
Yeah, they
She
found a
was
ritual.
tired.
They found out she was trying to perform a ritual to get revenge on a lord by summoning a demon. It also turns out she was an amber wizard.
And when she killed her, the wolves
Dreamcast.
ran away.
They were attracted to her. She didn't summon them.
Yeah.
In her defense, yet again.
The wargs were drawn to her,
Yes.
All right.
and the Chaos Warhound, but that was
So
something
then
else.
we made it to the town, and then we were asked to investigate this crusade, and
That's where we
where we
walked
are
in
now.
when you arrived at Marienburg.
That's when we arrived.
That's
at
when the journey
Marienburg.
began.
That's when we arrived at episode 1.
Yep.
Yes.
And now, excuse me, because it's my turn.
Aha.
Since we were here giving you backstory, while other people were out taking a pee.
I left my pee.
you left it.
I know. Well,
did
thank
you
you,
leave
George Carlin. You don't
Where did
take
you
a shit,
leave it?
you leave a shit. Do you need to turn me?
Oh yeah, let me turn you off quick. Go. With a swiftness, please. So we can get back to-
as fast as I possibly can. Stay.
No, go!
Careful by the magnets.
Yeah, absolutely. Marking my territory. I walk around the house, pee in corners, stare at people accusatorily. What? What is it? This is mine.
So yeah, that was essentially their session 0 that led them to this.
It was how we formed our chemistry.
Oh god, well, I feel like we
You had some
actually-
chemistry to work on still, but it was a nice kickoff to get you guys moving.
Get in between them several times.
No, because like we didn't even really know each other out of character that well. We had met each other once.
I had to get in between
Go
them
paint!
several times.
Go.
Yeah, we had met each other out of character once at a convention.
Yeah.
So we needed to get to know each other as people and as characters.
Also, both our characters are pretty, like, stubborn /
In different ways.
abrasive.
though.
Yeah, in different ways
Yeah.
and in contrasting ways that I think we're finding at least, like, complement each other in
Any
some ways.
advice for a deity for a chaotic neutral paladin? Loki. A paladin of Loki or some god, similar god. You're looking at trickster gods. You're looking at
yeah,
gods of
that's fair.
mischief.
Don't want to be in a party with that.
But I will point this out. This is a pitfall a lot of people who play chaotic neutral get into. They try to do the whole "I'm the Joker, I am an agent of chaos" thing. Make sure when you do something, it's not detracting from the story or detracting from other players' enjoyment. If you're doing things just to get in the way, it becomes annoying rather than enhancing to the plot or the story or the character interaction. Try and do things that reflect more on dealing with who you're against and occasionally playing a trick on your party members, but nothing that actually hinders them in any kind of major capacity. Otherwise, you're going to end up with some sour party members. That's what ends up happening.
Yeah, I was once in a game where this was a 3.5 game, so paladins had to be lawful good, and someone else in the party was chaotic neutral, and the chaotic neutral person, all they wanted to do was sleep with everyone, and then the paladin felt like they had to keep atoning for the party's sins, and it was just such
circle.
shit. It was
Yeah,
such shit. It
focus-
really took away from the story.
Focus your trickery on the NPCs and make sure that your trickery doesn't, like I said, it doesn't detract or pointlessly interrupt the flow of the game. So if you're gonna mess with somebody that you're gonna interact with. Don't mess with somebody for no reason just to interrupt the party's conversation to say, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna swap the salt and the sugar. And everybody's just gonna look at you and go,
Sorry.
great, that's nice, and try and get back into the game. Don't be disruptive. Be enhancing is the best advice I can give.
Enhance.
I have not played Savage Worlds. I've looked at the system though. I have been intrigued by it here and there.
I never brought the chair back up.
Oh, and before we do get back to game, I would ask everybody if you could possibly tweet that you're watching this shenanigans.
Yeah, share.
Because we are still a very small stream and
They're small stram.
small stram, and we really want to make our way to partner, and that would not happen unless you start spreading the word. It's not weird at all. Just do it. Do it.
Just do it. Do it now. Do it now.
Do it now.
Okay, back to the game.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. It wasn't the DM that had to say it.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Oh,
that.
you're
Well,
welcome.
just a moment.
I'm
I'm
here.
not even bloody mic'd yet.
Okay.
It'll go so much easier
I
that
closed the
way.
chat. It's time.
Oh no.
It's time.
Okay.
I believe in your ability to get that mic on.
Mr. Allen, that is an absolutely amazing idea for somebody playing a trickery style character.
Oh no, what did he say?
Cast an illusion on your enemy while they're giving some kind of epic monologue. It's not very threatening when there's a tiny kitty cat giving the malicious speech.
That's lovely.
But that enhances the story
Yeah.
for the players. I got you.
How's that?
You're on.
How's that now? Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that my voice?
Hildebrand.
Yes.
TwitchCon. We are not going to TwitchCon right now. We're not that big, and we don't have the funds to really pick
I
up
have
and go.
closed out my presence in the chat room.
PAX Unplugged.
We
maybe.
just oh, by the way, Schwilliam, Schwilham, however you pronounce that, we have all the packages set to the side right now because we just got the prints in
They're beautiful.
that we're all going to be
I see them
signing.
there.
Actually,
They're literally right there. You should take a
I'll grab them.
picture.
This will be the last thing before we get back into the game. Hold on.
Yeah. Do you have them labeled yet?
Well, you guys have to sign it.
Oh, that's
We have to,
true.
we have to sign it.
Oh,
Yeah.
did they wanted the Chaos Unending one?
Yes.
Oh, my heart.
Nobody wanted the Stellar Age?
No, but we got
mean-
prints for Stellar Age to give away on that stream. Because to be fair, anyone who was watching our stream is a little biased.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can't tell, but we got metallic print.
Ooh.
It's not just.
It's like a
tell because it was shiny as
it's like a 90s
This
comic
is really
book.
nice.
Because everything in the 90s
cover.
everything was foil cover in the 90s.
I've seen it.
This is really, I love it.
It's beautiful. We have to sign it later.
Be careful with it.
We have
don't touch the-
how many do we have to sign?
We'll figure that. Yeah, we'll look at the.
two that we definitely have to sign for the giveaway. Give show it one more time.
But there's
really
4
cool.
total, so I'll have everyone sign it anyway, and
Yes.
then we'll have those for other giveaways
I've
when we reach it.
never seen my face printed on such glossy paper.
I love.
Would you
metallic
say that
print.
that's swifty?
Oh
no.
Oh no.
Never heard the term used in such
Oh.
a kind of a.
Questioning way?
No, just a dry way.
I don't watch the bloody show.
Don't
okay.
use the terms. Lady of Light has been initiated, by the way. Thank you for the follow.
Welcome. Hildebrand, you seem to have had an
And
interesting
100
run up here. Are you familiar with the family?
Yes, in fact, I know the man who's
Like,
here. Jan
know.
Vanderpeer.
You know him.
I know him because he went to my academy where I was taught by the Sea Elves.
It seems like if we could possibly buddy up and get that invite from him, that might be something that would go light years into assisting.
Were you friendly with him?
No. No,
Then
because
maybe-
his father used to enjoy beating my father at every opportunity in business.
But if he's keen on the business side of things, and now he's brainwashed into this entire backwater concept, maybe
Is
if
he?
he thinks that you are an asset to the cause, he could get you that invite.
But what kind of leverage would he need to be an asset to a rich person?
You are from an established family with.
I've also been disowned.
Maybe. Would you say he was spiteful against your father, or was trying to get those?
His father used to relish the fact that he could outbid him. It drove my father mad. I actually enjoyed that part.
So maybe the idea of you working for or with him would be enough to make him want to work with you, just to have another thing to stick it to your dad. What do you think? Maybe that's the angle.
Because if we can get that invite, then by nightfall we can get out of this entire trash place, hand that over possibly with that information, with what we also got, know exactly where the compound is now. That's something, yes? I know you want to be done with this, so if we could be efficient.
I want to be done with Marienburg. Except for Fanny.
Oh, Fanny.
You can't always remove your past completely, but if you can make your past work for you, then that is something.
I only hope it does not hasten the end of my time with you. Because remember what I promised my father.
We could swiftly murder him when we're done with all of this. I'm saying, offer was put on the table prior. It's still there. You make the choices. So let's make some choices.
I look around for any of the mercenaries bearing the crest.
There's a few walking about. You can tell they're from different. There's obviously multiple factions.
Are we kind of milling around while we're talking? Are we standing still? What are we doing?
It's up to you guys. What are you doing?
Walking around. We were walking around looking
Okay.
for the place to
While
eat.
we're milling around, Lanier wants to see if she can cipher out if there's any magic at work just in like looking around.
Okay. You don't see anything obvious except the things that are on you that might have a hint of it, including the bells.
Do I open my thing? Do I open the thing that you gave me or no?
No,
Okay.
but you do see it is blue. An azure hue
Okay.
of magic. I think that's the proper one. Yeah, we'll go with that.
I mean,
It's abjuration. Protection magics.
then not necessarily blue. That could technically
White?
be white.
Yeah, white.
Blue would be celestial
is-
divination.
Yeah. So a white
Yeah. Okay.
aura emanates from
And like
the
throughout
bells.
the camp, there's like nothing really.
No. It's actually almost enervated. The winds blow gentler here. They're not blowing as strong. It's as if you're having trouble seeing all the colors of the wind.
Wow, that's out of character as fuck, motherfucker.
Here's another callback. I will. Extrails. Intrails.
Okay.
Anyway. All right, I'll do it. I go over to anyone bearing the sigil.
There's a surly looking crew of men wearing black and green tabards. You can tell that color scheme is the Eisenbach color scheme, but these were thrown together to kind of emulate that rather than actually be the black and green livery of the true Eisenbach soldiers.
Sorry, she just showed toe beans in a very dainty manner.
I have a kit below me.
Now,
But there's a small group of them. They're kind of walking around the same way the big guy would walk around in the prison yard, knowing they can't be touched, or at least walking around with that confidence. Each of them carrying a cudgel of some kind, fashioned from either a table leg, a wagon spoke, tent spike.
hooligans.
Yeah, essentially. And all of them on their, they wear sleeve bands with the hammer and heart.
Before you approach, Lanier leans in. Remember, you've been traveling with us and you have been Randy, a teller of tales. But when you approach walking around, maybe carry yourself. Remember, you are on the same footing as Vanderveer. embrace that. And I know that's not something you think of yourself in that way, but I think people take notice on how you carry yourself in this place.
I always try to stride wide. But thank you.
Okay.
Bravado City.
Okay.
Auto City.
Oh.
One of them notices you coming up and he... Oi. What you want?
I want you to tell Skinny Yanni that Willie says hello.
He looks really confused.
Your boss.
Oh, I only answered a call.
Vanderpeer.
Oh, he's not my boss. We just make sure we keep order around here.
Oh, I thought you followed him along. I thought he brought you with him.
No. I came along after it passed through Marienburg. I've been with it from the start.
Okay, I asked for but is he wearing the Vanderpeer crest?
No, I said Eisenbach crest.
Oh,
they were wearing the livery of the
All
Eisenbach.
right, I asked about mercenaries.
Oh, you don't see anybody particularly wearing that livery. You don't, nothing wearing the Vanderpeer crest. Like, it's nowhere to be found.
I thought that's what these guys
Yeah.
were.
No, I was explaining Eisenbach. That's why I was saying the livery
all right.
is different. And I also pointed out though that they're not even it doesn't even look official. Like it looks like they threw these these jerkins.
All right, I completely misunderstood because I asked for the anyone wearing the crest of the Vanderpeers, and that's
No. No, I said you asked for mercenaries, and I said there were some rough-looking guys walking around.
Because I thought that's who Vanderpeer brought.
No, I said he brought mercenaries, but not every single tough man in the camp is from the same group.
All right. Well, I ask, where's Vanderpeer's men?
Well, if you're gonna find Vanderpeer's men, you're gonna go up the street and into the compound. That's where they are. He starts looking you up and down. You're new, aren't you? He puts his cudgel to your chest and kind of pushes a little bit. You're too clean.
Yes.
You aren't wearing anything to show you worship Carl.
I have only just arrived at Vanderpeer's invitation.
Maybe you should go assist him. You're filthy.
Listen here.
And look at that.
I don't need no upstarts starting fights in round the camp.
I'm not starting a fight, good sir. I am merely trying to find the man that invited me.
Well, you're looking in the wrong place.
That is why I'm asking you where I should be looking.
Do we hear him like raising his voice?
Yeah, you're close enough.
That is all.
I'm gonna walk up next to him.
You wanna go to the compound, and if you say another fucking word, I'm gonna rip your tongue out and feed it to you. Yeah! Pull it out first, and then make you eat it, putting it in your...
What has he done to you?
Let's go, boys! And he walks, he just kind of shoulders past you and keeps walking in.
All I did was ask him for directions, and apparently...
Pull out your tongue with his cudgel?
Exactly.
So, what did he say?
He said Vanderpeer's men are that way. At the beginning of the compound, I can find them.
Presumably not within the compound.
Not
'cause
within
then
the
how
compound.
would we...
He said Vanderpeer was in the compound.
In the compound, but what about his men? His men too, or?
You asked random street thug, essentially.
All right.
Random camp thug.
Yeah, we could...
There's a lot of factions of these guys walking around, each
Yeah.
one carrying a different version of Carl's
I hate to say
faith.
this. We have to see the halfling.
Oh, ooh, if we buy some of the iconography of this shitty little place and...
If we get 2 more of these little things. I said you wouldn't like it.
But we're eating too. Hungry. Why is that funny?
Just got a priority straight.
Yeah, no.
It's appreciated.
Yes, you can't plot assassination on an empty stomach. Everybody.
You can't child murder on an empty stomach. What kind of
I need
Listen, if it's
strength in
Sidroid-
my axe
completely
bar.
unprofessional?
It's not like we have extreme syphilis. I mean,
No.
Oh my god. All right, let's be expedient about this. We have only a few set hours in a day, and we need to get a bit of information to be useful. So,
You've still got another, like,
I know, but Linear is uptight.
I was still
wants
giving
to
you
see
the
her
amount. You
prince
still got
again.
another
she wants
5
to see the
hours.
prince again.
You still got another 5 hours before nightfall.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. So,
See, I know.
so unfortunately, we have
Using
to
your
go-
wilderness knowledge.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we have to go and see our little friend again. Hey,
Fine.
look at it this way. We'll be closer to food because that's where he is.
Fine. Fine.
It's a win-win
Okay. And I start walking.
situation.
You it's easy enough to find the wagon stands, or at least the placard stands a little bit higher than the surrounding tents, and they've carved out an open enough area for their wagon. Multiple wagons, actually, because some of the wagons have wine kegs on them, some of the wagons have ale kegs on them. And there's a covered wagon as well, where it seems they have stores, and they have a tent up, an open tent and a closed tent, and they've got that fire pit. You kind of caught it. I did describe it before. You
Yeah.
kind of caught your eye until you moved over to
To the smithy.
to speak with Ayla.
Where is the little shit?
Do we hear him?
Make a perception test.
Oh.
Ooh.
4.
Oh, I rolled a 20.
He's small. You can't see him.
24.
I rolled a 20.
You rolled a 20?
Yeah.
Did you roll natural?
Yeah.
No, I rolled a 19.
Ah,
Natural.
we'll give it to the natural.
Yeah.
You hear him.
This is what I rolled 20 on.
You see him. He's sitting on top of his on top of his pack, and he is drinking a pint. It looks rather large in his hands,
Aw.
and he's sitting there kicking his legs.
Kind of like this.
It's a whole half a pint.
even a little bit bigger than that.
Is it a whole half already?
You've already had a half already.
It comes in pints.
He's sitting there kicking his legs off, and he's got a small thing of bread in his lap. And you hear him singing a small tune. It's an old nursery rhyme sounding song, halfling-ish, I guess you could call it. Sounds a little bit lighter, a little jauntier. You don't know it exactly, but he's singing it in Moot Speak, which is the language of the halflings. As he sits there, you hear him singing away. I did not.
There's your man.
I heard him.
And once he's pointed out, you see him as well.
No, time to get ripped off.
Well, actually, that might not be the situation now.
It's been my experience that belief in a deity doesn't improve people's disposition.
If it's spreading the faith, you never know. Who knows the ways of zealots? Well, look who it is.
Nearly snarfs his beer. Turns around. Oh, hello!
Triggered!
Oh, Oh, it's so good to see you. He hops down. He puts the bread and the beer off to the side on a small little, like a footstool. And he puts it down. He says, "Hey, you finally made it. Oh, this is grand. I've been looking to make a good sale today. I made a few already, but I remember you were great shoppers.
Yes, I'm sure you remember us.
So, what can I do for you?"
Well, we have seen the light.
Oh, I knew you would.
And now you had already allowed this fine lady to purchase one of those fine little hammers.
Oh, the ones that the boy made at the very orphanage he came from. And he
Yes.
elbows the bag and a arm just kind of snaps up and there's a whole bunch of them hanging.
God.
Would you like some more?
We'll take 2, please.
Well, if you get 2, you get a third one at half price.
Oh, I still have mine. And I show him.
Well, then technically we have one.
All sales are final. This is a new purchase.
Well, I mean, I don't need another one. I'm
But
quite content
is that-
with
is
this
that-
one.
But is that what Carl would want?
Carl would want me to make sure that everyone had the right word of His Holiness at the proper price.
But wouldn't his desire to spread the word be more important than your price?
Don't push it, Burger. So, can I interest you in 3 of them?
Wait, don't push it. What?
Burger. He called you a
Marion
burger. He
Right?
just said burger.
Okay.
My detect magic is still.
Yeah. His
Um,
bag is like a fucking beacon. It's a disco in there.
into eternity.
Are you okay?
What else do you have for
can
sale?
see
That book you
forever.
sold me last time was actually very nice spying on that one. What else do you have?
Oh, no. I know what it is.
So you wish to see the special stock, eh?
I thought you didn't want.
He undoes a fasten,
It's an
flips it
illness.
open,
You'd think it was dice.
hops in bodily again with his little feet dangling out.
What could you made him do? You wanted to shove his feet in
could have sworn I had it around here somewhere.
Stop him in the bag.
God damn it, I still haven't put a sheath on that yet. Oh, God.
What do you think could happen?
I think he can get right back out.
I don't know.
He's so small. You think that it's happened to him once or twice. Think about how he is with people. Someone's got to have done it before us.
Are you sure?
You never know. Somebody else might be down there.
As much of a grifting little
What if
fleabag.
he's the one who shoved in the other person?
Good help is hard to find.
I'm feeling a lot of things are hard to find on there. Yeah, as much as a little piece of shit he is, he did give us some good items last time.
I did enjoy my book.
You
Yeah.
get to employ it, but it's worth asking. There is something to that sack.
He,
What? You couldn't have seen my guns? Imagine if I played a perverted character.
Did I wait?
he hops out.
Did I get the repeater from him?
Yes, actually. He hops out holding a small box. He says, "You see, I knew you'd be back, and I held on to this one because I know you have a fondness for rings. So," turns it around, pops it open.
Oh no.
"What do you think?"
I will certainly not marry you.
Listen,
I thought too.
excuse me, I have standards.
Good.
Oh, snappeth.
What's it resonate with?
It's a oh yeah, you still have your
Yeah.
detect magic on. It resonates. It resonates with white magic again. and it has an image of a hummingbird on it.
And what is it that you're trying to sell me? What does it do? Please.
Oh,
sell it
I
to
don't
me.
know. I just know that these are fanciful, and I know a good thing when I find it. So, what do you say?
What price?
200 gold.
Oh, certainly not.
Can't even tell us what it does.
This ring would aid you in, I would say, avoiding harm.
Is that really what it does?
Listen, are you gonna be skeptical or are you gonna spend your coin?
Well, you seem so eager to tell
We
us
had a
about how
good-
great your other wares are.
Listen, we had a very good commerce relationship.
We
I'd hate to see
did.
you spoil it by not trusting me. Every sale that I've made.
Anything.
Yes, I am. And he shows you he says it's right here.
Harm from what? It's a fair question.
What's the hummingbird about?
Hummingbirds are fast. I didn't make the damn thing. I'm just trying to sell it.
I certainly will not buy it for 200, but I am interested. Now we have to find ourselves some beautiful bits of iconography. The
Oh,
hammers.
the two little hammers.
Yes. Now we'll get the 2 hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
At
if
what
we-
price?
What was the price?
Oh, these they were 5 silver. The piece. Demand's gone up.
150, and that's
They
with
were
the
10
hammers.
copper. I wrote it down.
You wrote that down?
Yeah, on my
Oh,
little
shit!
sheet that has the hammer on it.
Look at that.
Yep.
It's
Good note taking.
illustrated beautifully.
Just,
It doesn't look like you're going to be making many magical sales in this camp.
175
With the hammers?
with the hammers.
It's fine. I'll take it.
Flips it closed. Hands the hammers over.
Is that? Yeah.
Goes through her bag, a little jingle, grabs her coin purse and hands it over.
Hands.
Yep.
And he hands you the ring. You have purchased yourself. Note right away. A ring of evasion.
I had a feeling hummingbirds were like a. Oh, cute. I'm sorry.
Because I don't feel like writing it all down. Pay attention.
Little kid, she go meow.
It's Mama.
A ring of evasion. 3 charges. When you fail a dex save while wearing it, you can use a reaction to expend a charge and automatically save. Recharges 1d3 charges at dawn.
Cool.
So you have to re-roll. You have to roll every time you do that.
Hold on. So failed deck saves. I can't write that quickly. I'm sorry.
If you expend a charge as a reaction,
Yeah.
you automatically fail the save. I mean, you automatically pass the save.
Okay.
So if you fail a deck save, you can you can
Ring
use
of
this as
note.
Okay.
This is your ring of inspiration. You get your redo.
Actually,
Well, you automatically
No, it's automatically saved.
like
yes.
it's legendary resistance almost.
It's fix.
That would be like amazing for me because with my shield, when I deck save, I take no damage. So I would just be
Impossible to fuck with.
evasion tank.
You wouldn't happen to have anything musical in there, would you?
I could be an evasion tank. Oh my god. Okay, I'm
Hold on a second.
Goes back in.
Oh, of course, he asked for you. Now he wants. They're asking for special items. What the fuck?
You not like gold?
I love gold. Go fuck yourself.
finding a light certainly hasn't.
I kept your hammer after all this time, and you told me to go fuck myself.
He hops out. Nope, nothing magical.
I never asked.
Not
for
musical.
magical.
Musical. Sorry, I meant musical. Nothing musical.
Well.
Oh, well, you certainly have been in this camp longer than us. Have you happened to have run into Vanderpeer's men at all? We
Oh, yeah.
don't know where we're going at all.
Well, if you head over to the compound, that's where you'll find Vanderpeer and his men. They're kind of a rough sort. What would you look at me for them for?
Oh, well, they know each other. We were trying to possibly get audience with the Lord Vanderpeer. Keep on saying it wrong.
Well,
They're old friends.
since you're good customers.
He goes behind his sack, pulls out a small badge. This is a finely crafted, it's a woven badge. It carries a golden inlaid hammer and heart on it.
I'm willing to part with this.
For how much?
How did you get that?
I don't need to know how.
I have my ways.
You do have a way about
50 gold.
I thought the hearts were
much?
supposed to be purple.
The heart is purple. It's
Okay.
a golden hammer, but
Thank
the
you.
gold, but the hammer itself is golden, and the heart is outlined in gold.
Thank you. I was just making sure we weren't getting like a New York City thrift here right now.
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
He said, this will get you past the guards. Impressive fortune. I mean, a very authentic piece of work from the craftsman within.
Oh, thank you. I'll be there for you. 25 bits.
how much is it?
50 gold.
Well, I think that's certainly useful.
Yes, I'll pay for that.
Here you go. He turns it over and accepts your payment.
Well, today has turned into quite the fruitful transaction day.
Oh yes.
Ronald's blessings upon me.
Lobes
Out of
tingle.
curiosity, you wouldn't have any. Oh, I don't know. Bits of gaming, perhaps.
Dice, maybe?
Dice, cards.
Give me a moment.
While he's in
Hops
there,
in and he starts looking around.
Lear leans
No,
in.
we stuff him in.
Go! The time is now! Attack!
I really want to see what happens if we do that, but I'm scared because there's no save point to go back to.
Lear leans in, just like that badge.
Oh, okay. Just
Can't
go with-
breathe in an extra dimensional pocket. Anyway, go ahead.
Leaning in, kind of like,
God, we murder him.
listen. We're gonna do some murdering later. We'll get to it.
But then we can get all of the secret items.
No, because then he's gonna be rotting in there.
No,
We have to fish the items out with his body, so we have to
That's
let
fine.
them saunter
I
in.
Truzy has been initiated. Thank you for the follow.
Later, we have that forgery, though it may be. Do we even need to go in now? Could we possibly just give that to our friends, along with the information of who's guarding and what rank and file all the men have?
That
Then
is a good possibility. Then I wouldn't have to see.
you wouldn't have to expose yourself today.
Well, it's still early if we go out.
Still early.
If we go out.
You've only been here about half an
You
hour.
seem
It
very
hasn't-
eager to get to that glen. I wonder why. Remember, Sana Amin Si'i.
Sana Amin Si'i.
Perfect. The right inflection will make it all the better.
Victory sex will be amazing.
I'm sure it will.
Yes. But if we go to the woods now, maybe we could, speak with them and let them know what
And
we
see if
have
this
thus
is
far.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Want to go do that?
As long as it seems okay for people to be coming and going and it's not
We have the little
outrageously-
hammers now. I attach it.
Oh, no, you're just kind of.
We make them obvious.
Okay.
I begrudgingly.
He pops out of the bag. Yeah, here we go. And in his hands, he holds a very finely crafted wood box with a stone inlay. He pops it open, and you recognize a set of dwarven gaming dice. All 6s. This is a wonderful made set of classic Klinkeroon dice. Now, I'm not saying that you would be dishonest while playing a game, but maybe, should you wish to play a trick on a friend, you could tap the side of the tray that the dice are rolled into, and he flips, he holds the other side of the top of the tray open. And all the dice that are black will show low sides, and all the dice that are gold will show up high.
So these are liar's dice. It's a set of liar's dice.
Essentially, yeah.
That is very interesting.
They're fantastically made.
Oh, I can see the craftsmanship from here.
Does Linaria see if there's anything out, like to them?
Oh, it's got Azure magic,
Okay.
toying with fate.
They're legit.
And how much would this...
30 gold.
30 gold? Oh, dear. Oh, dear, 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 dear.
We did just spend a lot.
I'll
Yes.
pay it.
Oh, no,
I-
no. All right, I guess so.
You're a gentleman of discerning taste.
Yes, I
He
know.
closes the box up. Would you like it gift wrapped?
No, that's perfectly all right.
Got some lovely silks.
He wants to.
Sidra from
Hands
another
it
universe.
over to you. Hands it over to you and accepts the gold. So, I have to say, I think I see my stew is ready that I ordered, so I'm gonna go get that.
Oh, well, enjoy your meal.
Oh, I very much will, and be sure to come over so I can grift. I mean, so you can purchase more from me.
Of course, Carl will be with you.
Carl will be with you, and he runs over with a bowl that he pulled out of the sack quickly to go get his stew.
Well, can you get it to go?
I guess I'm not eating. I pull out a sad ration of like jerky.
Don't be a crybaby. Just get your food.
I give her one of.
You never feed me.
Here. I give her a piece of lemba.
No, don't do that.
Why
would you? Don't do that. I look at it.
He gave it to me.
He didn't rub his junk on it before he gave it to us. It's
Where's
just
that
bread.
pipe?
Where's the pipe?
Lydia abruptly turns around from her group and just starts kind of walking,
Fine.
assuming they will follow
In the
like
direction
wayward
of the
children.
compound?
Fine.
No, we're going to the woods.
To talk to the elves.
Oh, you're just going to the woods now.
We're gonna see if we
Yes.
can give them.
We're going to walk very.
You have, well, okay. They said to meet at night.
Shit.
So you would be sacrificing any time in between then and now to basically.
This is what she was saying. That's what.
Aw.
What?
Pariah just gave 200 bits because he loves this halfling.
The halfling Joseph man, triggering but lovely.
Triggered.
I
Yeah.
knew we would see him again.
Of course.
I didn't know
also,
it would take this long.
out of character,
though.
you're very suspicious of him being something more sinister, which is lovely.
Yeah,
You just want to push him in the sack.
I do.
What is it about you wanting to get certain individuals into a sack?
There is a very big difference between my feelings on the halfling and my
Halfling
feelings
sack
on
and
Lornock.
Lornock
Okay?
sack?
They're
Okay.
like opposite ends of the spectrum.
Sack spectrum? Listen, girl talk, right? There's things.
Bard down! Bard down!
I knew the bard would die first.
Ow. Ow. I'm actually having chest pains. Ow.
Lay on hands. Nailed it.
Take my strength.
Damn, it's empty.
Alright, shit, alright. Well, if they weren't going to be around till night, that's a valid point. We might as well get more information while we're here.
All right. Well,
All right, we'll
he
go.
should be the one with the badge, but we will follow.
I don't know if they'll allow us to follow.
Well, we can try. We'll say we're his.
You're in the company of Road Warden. Seems to get us through a lot, but I don't know
might
if it carries
work.
the same weight.
It might work. Seems to carry the weight.
Oh, somebody catch small grub up. Mungo, do your job.
What?
Aw.
Although if something goes awry, then all of us are in it. There's no way to ask for assistance.
Well, he doesn't even have his breastplate.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we'll go back over to Isla's.
Oh, he does have to pick up his shit.
Oh, Ayla. Okay. He's already working on something else by the time you get back there.
Fast man.
Oh, you're back then.
Yes, my good man.
Well, I cleaned it up nice and shiny for you, sir. And well, he shouldn't be snagging on your shoulder anymore. It was a burr on the inside.
That actually might have been a shark tooth.
Why?
If you're begging my pardon, I don't intend to ask further. But
Not a problem.
Why would anyone do that?
here you go, and
The burr, it was
Walks
the
over.
tooth that was jammed in there from the shark man that attacked me. Remember,
walks
jumped
over?
from the tree.
no, that was the guy with the claws that clawed into your chest.
Oh, I thought it was
Might
the
have
shark
been
that
a
bit me.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was the dude with the big blood claws.
Oh, so maybe it's a piece of the claw then.
That was like one of my favorite. Well, they were blood
or
claws.
the
That's
metal literally was pinched in on you
By the claw.
by the claw.
Aw, that
Not
was-
the craw. The craw. All right.
He walks over to the mannequin torso, pulls it off, walks over. Says, here you go, Gav.
Ah. Exquisite. And you're sure I don't owe you anything else?
You folks have been more than hospitable. Well, I think that's what the word means. But you've been nothing but kind to me and my boy. Thank you very much. If you need anything else, you know where to find us. Glad to help.
May fortune follow you.
So now you have your breastplate back.
Okay.
And now you head towards the compound.
You put it on.
Yeah, put the breastplate on, obviously.
Who's pinning the badge?
I guess I will.
Okay. So, the sheet wall is each section of the sheet wall in between the tall 8-foot tall stakes. Each section bears the heart and hammer symbol. And it goes around a huge portion of the inner part of the camp.
We can get a better idea now of just how much is here now. I imagine.
Yes. There is at least there's close to 20 tents in this area. Even to the point where there's a small fenced off stable,
That would
area.
that would be for the knights.
a corral. No horses currently. You can see varying degrees of barrack. You recognize military, especially those with history with the military, recognize barracks tents. These are, they carry the black and green livery of Eisenbach. Some of them carry the white and red livery of the Imperial State Military.
Those were probably some of the men that Johann was looking for, the deserters, as he called them, I believe.
You can see that several of they carry banners outside of their tents as well. This is a very well put together war camp style.
This is
the war camp area of this. It's a small military.
So there was the
function.
first. There was the first
The
sheet.
following.
There was the first sheet that we saw with the throng.
Yes. This is the full central compound that is definitely operating more in a militaristic sense.
Now, we had a rough estimation of how many people, knights, pikemen, etc., that were given to us from before. Without quoting them all, does it look like there is a sizable difference in what that number was?
Nope. It looks bang on right.
Okay.
And in the center, you see that big circular, big top tent. You see wagons dotting about. Small campfires burn here and there. That's all you can see from where you are, though. It's, like I said, it's 8 foot tall, but these tents still reach higher than that. You can see the tent poles run to like 10, 12, and the central tent pole of the large one could be anywhere between 25 and 30 feet tall. That central tent. Just outside is a small grandstand sort of looking area. An area that looks like it's been set up for public addresses.
Is there a crowd drawing?
Nope. Looks rather empty right now.
So we must have just missed the welcoming ceremony.
Well, we know that we missed it because when we sent Eckbert to find Niels, they were leaving.
Standing outside at the entrance to the central paddock. By the way, another thing to note. To the north, so beyond the compound, you can tell that it's not completely encircled. This area has, according with most militaristic minds, placed with its back to a defendable position. Thick woods are behind this part of the compound. You can see it beyond the corral as you look straight ahead up the main road of the compound. You can see
That might be good for the
back of
elves.
the back of the tent is facing the woods.
not the tent. It's the big tent itself is completely surrounded by lower military, but the compound sheet wall itself is nestled in the north easternmost corner. So it's semicircle enclosed, not fully enclosed.
Okay. What you had said something about a tent that had its back to.
No, I was saying I said the whole compound.
Oh, the whole compound. Okay.
Okay, I got it. How fortuitous.
Standing outside are a pair of halberdiers on duty. They wear the white and red of the Imperial military. You can tell these are actually halberdiers from Altdorf by their clothes.
They haven't been to Altdorf yet, though, have they?
That's strange.
Altdorf operates within the Reichland. The Reichland is the capital province. If you
Okay,
And so it's like an overarching authority that they would have encountered.
kind of like how Middenheim is the capital of Midland, Altdorf is the capital of Reichland. But the Reichland is also the capital province of the whole empire. So these are state troops, state halberdiers, standing duty. standing guard at the entrance to the sheet wall area.
Okay.
What are you doing from here? This is what you're presented with.
Well,
Did you still want to find Vanderbilt or whatever?
we're going to have to, I think. I think we should.
Well, we need to ascertain. The things we still need to know is we need better detail about who's surrounding Carl and.
We need to be able to at least walk in the perimeter there to see where the most guarded tent would be. Because the most guarded tent would be his.
So what horseshit do we want to talk to the Lord about? Because we just need eyes in there.
Well, I was going to use that to get us in, remember?
Yes, I know, but once we're in there, you will need to speak to him.
Just offer him your assistance. You know, just bullshit, right?
Tangle him up in conversation.
Tell him that, you know, you've left and you know, you've left your father. I'm sure he'll love to hear that, and that you were interested in helping him. Now that you've come to the Crusade, what do you think? That's enough to keep him
A
occupied.
little ego kissing probably is far enough.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go to the gate.
We take up behind him on
Yeah.
either side.
Yeah.
Looking all like,
Yeah, we're ready.
As you get close, one of the guards holds a hand up. Alt! Business?
Yes, with Jan Vanderpeer.
With you?
My bodyguards.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion? Mm-hmm. With my +9, you mean?
Yeah?
Yeah.
That would be 24.
oh, bitch!
He actually looks kind of taken aback by the idea of you having an
You found
elf.
the road warden
and-
you're looking for.
It's just kind of thrown off. All right. He waves you on past. You enter into the camp proper. To your right, you see the state halberdiers' tents lined up. There are 6 of them arranged in a group.
And
Is
we're
there a central one?
We're walking in from
no.
the southwest, right?
These are the state troops.
I hear bit.
200 from Small Grub for the Star Wars reference.
No, that's funny.
That was very much what that was, too.
Yes. So there's to your right. There's 6.
State halberdiers.
Wait, did I say 5 or 6?
You said 6.
Yes, 6 state halberdiers tents. You can tell them by their white and red stripes. Just beyond that, you can see the colors of Eisenbach, the black and green. He has 5 tents, all arrayed around a. I'm sorry, they're not arrayed. It's 6 tents. 6 tents,
Right, one for him and 5 with 2 of the knights in each of them.
and they're all black and green. At the far back is another black and green tent. Now, this is like directly in front of you, just beyond the large tent. You see a grand barracks tent of black and green with gold edgings.
I think we found our place.
That's Eisenbach.
Oh, that's Eisenbach.
Yeah.
Eisenbach is black and green.
Okay.
Next to that, is a smaller tent of the same lavishness of the Eisenbach colors. Just beyond that. And then you see, going in a line around a circle until it's just next to you again. So I went from your right and I just kind of did this sweep around the circle of the tents with the big, huge central circular tent in the middle. Next to that is a small rectangular tent. Around it hang the symbols of the cult of Sigmar. Next to that is a militarized, well, temple guard tent. You can see hammers and such being polished, worked on around it. There are people obviously milling about at this point. You can see the different groupings of individuals as well. Just beyond that is another this is another white and red tent, but this is a circular one, a private tent, not a barracks tent. Of the state colors. Next to that are two more tents. These are the last two, and they are of a seafoam green and burgundy striping.
You mean like my pens? Why do you think I chose those colors?
Each one with silver detailing. Right out, hanging from the pole, you see the Mermaid of Marienburg.
His crest.
No, the city's crest.
The city's crest.
He's carrying the city's crest. Make a history check.
With advantage?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage because it's Marienburg.
Either he thinks highly of himself.
23.
Marienburg isn't in the Empire anymore. The council made the decision to exit it in favor of personal gain. But ever since the war and the Sea of Claws being ravaged and hunted.
I know that well because of the way my father named me.
Yeah. It hasn't been great business right now, and increasing relations with the Empire would be very good. So politically speaking, Vanderpeer was always on the side of maybe we should open relations / rejoin the Empire eventually.
Whereas my father
was a staunch separatist.
Yes.
Politics.
Yes, politics. Mercantile politics.
Oh, wait.
Riveting storytelling.
Shut up! Don't jump.
I find it interesting. I don't know what everybody complained about with episode 1. I love the storyline. I thought trade dispute was a great starting point. That being said, I like Star Trek, so DS9 was my favorite. But anyway.
But I digress.
Back into this. That's the political climate you remember of your families interacting.
This is the place. Out of curiosity, how many bells did they send you?
Did you count them?
It's like a little thing of bells, right? No?
It's 2 bells attached to chain, attached to a ring.
Okay.
Well,
Think like a keychain with two bells on separate chains.
Yeah. Oh, so like detachable?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know that they were worn from the belt. They were clipped to a part of the belt. or they were clipped to the clasp of a belt and let hang off the waist.
I would suggest the two of you each take a bell.
It doesn't work like that. They're not to be parted. I could certainly wear them. No?
No, they can be worn individually.
Okay, it sounded like they...
I was wondering if they had sent 3, because they seem to know.
Well, if we're your bodyguards, then it wouldn't be unusual. Goes into her bag, kind of unclips one, and attaches it to one of her random strips that are kind of about her waist. Okay.
Hopefully they'll help protect you.
Make any noise?
A beautiful crystal jingle.
Ah, I appreciate a good bell. All right. Well, let's take a chance. Renald, you are going to make me so fat with all this supper.
Eating crow. Anyway,
Oh! At least it's not Raven.
you make your way towards the Van de Peer tent.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of rough and tumble individuals standing out front, wearing they're wearing swatches of the livery. They're not actually in a uniform, so to speak. They look like they were picked up off the wharf. Make perception tests.
Advantage on this one?
Yes.
16.
Unnatural 20.
15.
Okay. You two don't notice this. It was a little bit harder to notice. You notice that they each have a tattoo that's kind of peeking up from underneath. It's a gang you recognize from the Dead Canal.
Ah,
You had a buddy that was part of that gang. Had a really rough go of life back at the bar.
right. Oh. The one that was in the bar that I played the dice in.
Nope, the other one. He gave you the information to go check up on him. That was when you were looking for
For Jurgen.
Jurgen.
Right, we went outside. I gave the tavern owner another gold to cover his drink.
They belong to the same gang that he came from. They see you
I'm
walking
not
over.
surprised.
And they wait. Just stand there waiting. Coached in their arms. I wouldn't say clubs, but I wouldn't say maces. Octagonal hunks of metal at the end of a stick. But it's rather uniform in size from the top to the bottom. More of a iron cudgel than a full-blown mace that you're familiar with. And they wait for you to walk up.
I go over.
They let you make the first move. And they just stare. Looking you up and down.
I'm here to see Jan.
Who's calling?
Tell Scrawny Yanni that Willie is here.
He looks kind of confused for a second.
He'll understand.
All right. He opens the opens the tent and goes in about halfway. You hear him say, "Some guy here, Skinny, Yanni, something like that." Yeah. All right. He comes out and opens the tent and ushers you in with the cudgel. After you.
Come, ladies.
Follow him.
Yeah, we flank behind him.
It's a very nice tent.
Tell us how nice it is.
Pillows. Well, one, it's off the ground. It's on slats. He has a wood floor. Across that wood floor, there are many a rug. There's also pillows strewn about. There's actually a 4-post fucking bed in the back.
Indeed would be fucking on said bed. Jesus.
No, maybe Loranak and I can.
There's a couple of easily transported cabinets with strapping to tie them closed, but you can tell that they were travel designed, but still they look like any peasant. Oh, Ryu the Red is hosting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was wondering where the march was coming from.
That's the new host sound.
Yeah,
Before the hosts were silent.
Oh, so it's like Dance of the. It's like Duel of the Fates all of a sudden.
Being invaded.
It's actually a 40K soundtrack thing. Anyway, any peasant would love to have these as like their permanent dressers.
They would live in them.
They might have the children sleep in the bottom drawer. It's that
Yosef,
nice.
This would be a condominium for Yosef.
Hanging lanterns.
It's fancy. We get the idea.
Well, somebody asked me how fancy, so I was going ahead and giving. There's a faint whiff of frankincense in the air.
Motherfucker is loaded. Is this the life you gave up? We're gonna have questions later.
And sitting by a drawing desk off to one side, going over books, is a short man, rather round.
He used to be the only one I could beat up in school.
Pudgy. Red cheek. Bald pat on the top of his head. Thin brown hair, kind of combed as nicely as possible. Looking nothing like the Jan that you remember. And he turns. Willie.
Hello, Yanni.
Come back to grovel, I assume?
When did I ever grovel to you?
Oh.
I give him a little nudge
I don't
from
know.
behind him. Like, he can't see, but I, like, give him a
I
little nudge.
happen to be the one running a crusade right about now.
Oh, you're running it?
Well, it wouldn't go anywhere if it weren't for me.
You never struck me as the religious sort.
Well, I've found my faith over the years. You know that. I always had a hint of faith in me. Make a insight check. With advantage.
With advantage on this motherfucker. 15.
I'm glad you wore pants today. So many note passing.
Yeah, back down. He sits there and he drums his fingers across the.
So, how's Mirinda?
Oh, she's fine. Had to leave her behind in Marienburg, though.
Really?
Yes. Well, I found my calling and I left all that life behind.
My. That's rather surprising. How? Oh, I always forgot. How old was she?
Oh, she.
Well, she wasn't more than a year or two behind us.
How old was she?
Miranda was actually his dog.
Mm-hmm. How old was she?
Well, she would have been. Today, she would be like in her 30s, which would be very
She'd
hard
be
for a
dead.
dog.
Dogs
Like
are
Ted.
dead by that point.
Like dead.
No, I
Dogs
know,
die
I
in
know,
their
I
late
know.
teens.
Looks at you for a second. There's a little bit of a twitch in his eye, and he says, well, she was 15 when she passed.
Oh, he's good.
Does Linear understand what's go? Like she's keenly watching.
Make insight checks with disadvantage.
Okay. Well, it's not gonna get any worse than that.
Could.
It's a 2.
Alright.
Could care less.
Let's see, lowest is a 7.
Just fidgeting with her bell. Just like
I got 11. 11 total.
11 total?
Yeah. Disadvantage.
There's something queer going on in this here conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I figured it out of character, but I don't want to.
that's why I asked to.
Kind of keeping my mouth shut. I'm not gonna metagame.
Yeah, no pigeons thing.
No.
How
Falcon comes at you.
and how is your father?
Well, he and I, you know, we haven't been talking. We had a bit of a falling out when I decided to lead this crusade. I've been in touch with him by letter, at least.
Really? That's kind of surprising considering how much he wanted to get back with the Empire. I do remember some things. I mean, after all, it was my father who did not
Well,
to rejoin.
kind of looks you up and down for a second. I do know that our families never really got along well, but what I want to do, he understands. He knows that my friends in Altdorf will smooth over the arrival of the child. And, I'm not the delivery meta pigeon. This is,
I never get any deliveries from the meta pigeon. Very sad.
1 second. Where was I? Oh, right. We'll be able to smooth over the arrival of Karl, and maybe, because he came from Marienburg, and see the city brought back into the embrace of the glorious empire.
And why would he be opposed, or is he just opposed to the way you're doing it?
He was opposed to me leaving.
Insight.
Yeah, make a check.
15.
That sounds like it has a bit of a ring of truth to it. His info's correct. Everything he's saying sounds very much above board. I'm sorry, I'm saying empire in such a way that reminds you of the Sith. The glorious empire. But I believe this will be our entrance back into the warm embrace. And then I will usher the child off on his way towards Kislev. That's where he wants to go.
He wants to go there? I
He's-
thought you were the man in charge.
Oh, no, I am but a administrator for the boy's grand purpose.
I
He's
see.
deciding his purpose. He's the one with the vision, after all. And who am I to stand in the way of our Lord Sigmar reborn?
Yes. Who are you, indeed?
Listen, I have many things to attend to today. Now, if you just came here to catch up on old times, I would rather have done that over dinner, but...
The truth of the matter is... The truth of the matter is that I don't know how up to current events you are, but your father still likes to stick it to my old man, doesn't he?
That was their relationship. Your father did the same thing to him as well.
Yes, but my father could never one up like yours could. I admit that freely. What sort of... Now, I imagine you would like to get back in the good graces with your father?
My relationship with my father is solid now. As I said, we have discussed via letter. He and I are on the same page now. I go for the betterment of Marienburg. Now, I don't owe you any more of my time. I accepted you under old pal's pretense, but as I said, I have business to get to. Now, if you came here with a specific purpose, I suggest you mention it now, before I'll have to ask you to leave. So I might get back to work.
Well, what sort of work could you get to if you could tell your father that his most despised rival's son joined you?
Oh. So you wish to work for the Crusade?
With the Crusade, yes, and of course with all the blessings that go along with it.
Persuasion check. No advantage on this.
17.
This is okay. Angle. One of the mercenaries pops his heads in. Hey, boss. Good man. Set up my friend here and his compatriots. One of the spare tents over with the barracks, if you would. And he gestures over to you. Make sure it's provisions and 3 beds, 2 beds, 1 bed.
2 will suffice.
2 cots. He
Are
nods.
we snuggling up together?
Lyra ends up sleeping on the floor a lot.
He
We have an understanding.
says now if you'll just follow Engel, he'll escort you to some lodgings for you. And then when I'm done here, we will see about setting you up with some responsibilities and duties.
I look
Small
forward.
Grub just put in his 2 bits.
small group just put in his 2 bits.
I certainly do look forward to getting reacquainted with the real you.
Yes. Well, if you will excuse me. He turns back to his ink and pen.
Of course, old chum.
And Engel holds the flap open for you.
So which tent is ours on my little diagram?
So you're on the left side right now.
Yeah,
Yours
we're
would
in
be
that
in that. So there's the cluster on the right,
Yeah.
and
This is
then
the cluster on the right.
yeah, one cluster up.
Halberdiers. So the
It's in there. Yes, one
still
of
by
those.
the woods?
Eisenbach, those tents.
Yeah,
Okay,
the ice
yeah.
within the Eisenbach
Okay,
tents.
sounds good. All right, I'll see. Doesn't matter which one. Is
No,
it closer to the woods?
It's towards this. It's next to the. It's the central most tent close to the state troop tents.
Okay.
So if there's a cluster of them, it's
Guess
like
this one.
No, the state troops are the
Oh,
halberdiers.
those. Okay, wait. So this one, I guess.
let me see which
Halberdiers
one you
is-
circled. Let me see.
Well, I circled 2 of them. Tell me which one.
Where do we live?
The one further south.
Okay, that one.
That one.
Okay, got
I
it.
just need some bard snacks quick.
This is important. Okay.
Now,
Touch a stream cat.
Oh. All spirits are raised. Ooh, spooky ghost. Sorry.
Well, that worked
well,
well.
I take it there's little snackages in here.
So as we go
There's a
in,
problem.
um,
In case you were wondering,
I dig into the snacks.
in case you're wondering, that was not Jan.
Yeah, what
Oh,
were you
okay.
going on about?
You guys, as far as I knew, you guys didn't say that you were leaving the tent and then following Engel. You just.
Yes, no, we did.
Oh, okay.
She grabbed snacks for the road.
That's
yeah,
why.
that's what I was saying.
No, I thought that we were in
Okay,
our own
so you
tent.
followed Engel into the other tents and you sat down into your personal tent. I didn't get to describe what was in
Oh,
your
okay.
tent.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Tell us how loud
There
this
are
is.
2, not very lavish at all, dirt floor. There's a throw rug.
We can
There's a couple of sitting stools, also footstools, depending on what you put on them, whether your butt or your foot. There's currently 1 cot, and when Engel, before he left, he says, "Oh, get you the other cot in a minute." And he headed out. And now you are left alone in the tent.
Okay, now I'm.
That's not Jan.
Bard snacks made of 100% real bard.
Yeah, what were
At least
you?
it's not children's souls.
What were you like going on about? It sounded like you were playing a verbal game with him.
I was trying to feel him out because I knew right off the bat that he was not Jan Vanderveer.
So who is he?
I don't know.
You played
You don't
nice with
recognize
you.
him at all?
He was much more cordial to me than he could possibly have been. He was the one boy in school I could beat up. I'm not that strong, remember? And I never was. He was the one kid I could beat up.
Maybe that's why he's playing nice with us, because he knows you're on to him.
Actually, I will allow you to roleplay in the tent for a few minutes. I have to use the restroom. Go ahead.
Like I said, maybe that's the reason he's playing nice, and that can work to our advantage.
But it's definitely not him.
I mean, that's certainly good information to pass along. And when you're kind of like
wonder-
sits on one of the stools, is just kind of like thinking.
I'm wondering if Vanderpeer is more behind this than he is, or if this is somebody.
Replaced so that to be more willing with the assets of Vanderpeer.
It's quite possible. The Vanderpeers are slightly more influential than my father.
Familiar with the politics of homes.
He played his part well. He did know some things, The Miranda that I asked about was his dog.
So it's cursory information that somebody would know. Nothing too personal. He wouldn't be able to.
The fact that he knew the dog was somewhat impressive.
I mean, regardless, it got us what we need. We now have a perfect place to peer out, and we're by the woods, so we can.
We could be the base camp for the invading.
Did you also catch how he changed his story twice? About in regards to his relation with his father. About how his father was dead set against him, leaving.
But now they're fine.
But now all of a sudden they're fine.
It's very strange.
That was it's two different sentences and two different sentiments.
Like I said, I think he knows you're onto him, and that's why we're being treated as well as we are.
Well, I certainly gave him enough hints.
Hopefully that doesn't put certain eyes on us, since we tip that we know. But
Well, fortunately, we're leaving.
Yes.
So this would be an issue if we were planning to stay here. Because they might try to snuff us out at some point. Get rid of the troublemakers.
Oh, and
oh, hello. How are you?
Right. No, I got that.
Hello.
okay, just making sure.
No, the thing is too, he looks nothing like the family, let alone
He's
the
not
Jan I
fooling
remember.
anybody who would know him then.
One of the things about Jan too was the fact, well, you saw the rather mousy brown hair,
Yeah.
the thin brown.
Prime
hair.
specimen. I mean, yes.
No. Jan, although scrawny, had the best hair at the academy next to me.
Better or worse than you?
I had the best hair, and he was slightly less. And it was gold flowing locks.
Gold flowing locks.
A lot of that going around
Yes.
lately. God.
And
Need to
Mungo,
breathe for
the most
fuck's
I've moved during the stream specifically because I can. I have a setup where I can move.
Yay.
Oh, is he getting weepy because you never move for our games?
I don't have this set up for their games. This is I'm actually kind of excited to run everything
for those
from
of you
like
that
this.
are unaware, Mungo is our precious space dwarf.
Because in the Stellar Age game, which is happening next weekend?
Yep.
Next weekend.
Next week.
Next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Okay, back to this.
When you're also,
Good to know.
There's a stable outside their tent. That's why they hear a whole bunch of horse noises, and it's also there's cows and
Lords are
roosters,
into weird things. It's fine.
chickens. And
Check him.
what else do I have? What other?
Oh, please. Let the fricassee die already.
No, I love her.
When you're kind of looks down.
I have a soundboard for once. I'm enjoying myself. Okay.
He added the livestock. What was that?
Okay.
As you were.
And you're kind of like takes the bell off her hip and just kind of hold it. Wear it. If we're gonna go walking around this place, wear it.
Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
All right. I clipped the bell on my belt.
So
I'll make note.
Hmm?
I'll make note.
Okay.
You
What
should
if
as well.
the bells help us avoid the influence?
you're very optimistic.
I am. Hopeful.
You'd be surprised by some of the things that the Drow Corsairs can do, though.
Outside the tent, you hear. I have your caught
Enter.
two of the Marienberger mercenaries carry in a decent-sized wooden frame, and a bedroll cot is on top of it. a very simple, thin mattress, but a mattress nonetheless. Similar to the one that's currently in there. It's a pallet with 4 frames and legs. Nothing to write
You've
home
slept
about.
on ground before.
But you're not. Yeah, but you're not sleeping on the ground tonight at least.
Yay.
Well,
Maybe.
depending on what your plans are, which we're about to get to. Because as they leave, you notice that the quality of light is a little bit darker when they leave.
Oh,
If we can
we have a base camp. If anyone asks us why we're leaving, we'll just tell them we have to pick something up at the shop.
But if they see us going into the woods,
We're not going into those woods. That would be too risky right now. I don't want them to know that that would be our angle.
but if only one of us goes,
We do have to go back for our horses in the stable in the town.
I think we should go out the long way. If anyone sees us leaving these quarters, we will, tell them we're going to get our stuff.
Besides,
from-
I have the badge, so that should be more than sufficient.
I should have asked for us
I
to get
drew
badges too.
a diagram of where everything is located, so we can tell the elves where our camp is and where we believe Carl is. Unless you want to look more and be sure.
I don't think we have plenty of information we could pass along.
I mean, I think he would be in the tent that is covered in.
We also have a pretty clear estimation of what they would be going up against should they storm the gate.
I have a feeling he's not going to be in the hammer-marked tents. I don't know if that came out, if that was loud enough. I don't know if he would necessarily be in the hammer-marked tents.
Do you want to risk sneaking in further? I don't know if that's...
No, but we do have another choice that we can offer to the elves that he might be in. I would not be surprised if he's in that large Eisenberg tent. Because notice, the smaller one is just as palatial, just on a smaller scale.
Well, I'd say luxurious, but the big one is palatial. And they pointed it and said that's Carl's tent numerous times.
Yeah.
Oh, the big palatial Eisenbach?
Yeah, when I was having Ayla pointed at the big one and said that's Carl's tent.
Oh, I thought, okay.
And everything was arrayed around it.
This one, then.
Okay, so that's the
Big central
circus tent.
Circus tent looking thing.
Ah, okay. I
the
thought
most
it was the
defended.
circus tent in the center, and then there was the other tents around it, and that the big mansion-like one was there as well. That was like the well-to-do, and
There
the
is
central
another.
tent
There
was
is another well-to-do tent, but it's not. It's in a specific livery.
Okay, so the big circus-like tent is not the gathering tent that everybody does not go into the tent.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was an auditorium.
I mean,
type
it's
tent.
big enough that you
idea.
could probably
Right.
fit a decent show inside of it, but it looks like it's a private tent of the most. It would be the king's tent. We're a king here.
I think Carmen has the right idea. If we leave now, go get our horses, meet, then come back, we could hopefully be back before it's too late. So if there is anything extra they need us to figure out, it gives us some time.
Yes.
We can give them the diagram and tell them where our tent is.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty solid idea of their number, and I'll write that down actually with the. So she adds the numbers. Obviously, it's in my notebooks.
Okay.
So it's on a central piece that we can give them of what we've seen. Hide that on your person thoroughly.
It's easy enough to put it in a pack.
I was gonna put it down my shirt, but I have the lapel mic there.
I appreciate not
Yeah.
ruffling.
Yeah, so.
So, you head your way out into
Back to the town.
back to the town.
to the
Y'all.
stable.
Take the long way to the stables, get on your horses, and ride into the woods.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a
which is
plan.
the opposite direction
Takes
of the
you
campment.
Yes,
about.
well, we would go around. I just
No,
don't want
I'm-
to tip
Yeah,
anyone
no,
off.
No.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm
That's
asking.
smart.
I'm
Yes.
asking. That's the opposite
Yes,
way.
You
Okay.
have done the smart thing and done
Yay!
that.
Yay!
Let's do smart.
Strategy!
Let's do smart.
Finally, I have my purpose.
Using misdirection, you travel out and around and into the woods.
This takes you about a half hour, and the sun starts to go just below the tree line. Riding around, you find that the elves are nowhere to be seen.
Oh, that sucks.
It's not like we see them all the time anyway.
Till one steps out from behind the tree and
Oh, God.
holds up a hand.
They,
Hi.
5 more step out around you, each one carrying. They look halfway between a sword, a great sword, and a glaive. Long handles, but blades that are not as long as a great sword. Think of the curved blades at the beginning of Lord of the Rings
When they
all line up and
they
they
machined the orcs.
So, Glade Guard, full-blown Glade Guard, step out from behind these trees. The blades coached up into the elbow, holding them lightly in a cupped hand, so it rests and hangs across their arm.
Where's
The prince steps out.
what? Where's Lochnar?
Lornok? Lochnar.
Lornok. How dare you?
The prince steps out. You can see that massive bow on his back
Compensating.
and his entwined bark crown.
I am so channeling Graham McTavish
I
right
take
now.
out the map and I give it to her because she's gonna do the talking.
She's busy wiping. She's busy wiping up the drool. You see.
This is. I see you have made a choice.
Linear, looking at the little hammers. Like, we have what information we can get, including a layout of the interior war camp, the numbers surrounding it.
He gestures to the great Glade Guard. One of them walks over, holds a hand out, takes it in Eltharian, says thank you, turns back around, hands it over to the prince. Prince opens it up and starts taking a look. You're no longer.
Who
You're in
drew
the-
this?
you're
A
in the forest.
5-year-old?
He looks it over. Yes, we will be able to use this to bring this all to an end. I thank you very much.
You're up against a lot more than you might be aware of.
Puts it away. It may surprise the Mayfly to know that we are very capable, and there's a reason why we are considered myth to a great majority of your people. Now, I will extend a familiar warning. You will speak to me when it is requested. I understand that your people have trouble learning. So, it is in my patience and mercy to aid you. My guard and Loranok, and as he gestures, Loranok has been walking up from behind. We'll post just outside. At the appropriate time, Loranok will give the signal, and the operation will begin. If you wish to participate, it will be up to Loranok to decide your place and function within the commando. You are to listen to his orders.
He's a waste rider. This is his business. He holds out a hand. And in but 2 moments, gently walking out, you didn't even know it was there. His stag walks over and nuzzles his hand, and he runs a hand along the neck of it. Shifts his weight just a hair and gracefully glides up onto the back of it. He then rests a hand on it, into its ruff, the ruff of its neck. Says, I leave this task in your hands. I have waystones to attend to. Syrian be with you. He turns the stag and bounds off into the woods.
Hope it doesn't hurt when he passes those stones.
Do you mind your mouth? That's all.
I was trying to help by telling him the size of the formation that was there. If they already knew how big the formation was, why the hell would they need us? Why would they need our help to get information if they already knew?
Loranak is
Still fucking here, bro.
Loranak is just adjusting his a sword. He's checking his sword, and he says, "You do know you handed him the information just before you said that, right?"
Guess my map was sufficient.
Slides it back into the sheath attached to his quiver.
Oh, girl.
Well, did you tell
Takes
him
out his
about the
bow and
tent
he
we have?
checks the string. He says,
I imagine our tent was marked.
I did circle it.
I
would
like you,
ask-
Mayfly. Just don't go looking for a glade anytime soon. Hooks it back up behind his back.
I don't know if it's of military importance, but one thing that wasn't on that map was we actually think a lot of the charming effect that's happening on these people may have to do with every third day they're fed the body of
Well,
Carl.
it's also a ceremony. We don't know if it's
Yes.
the food or not.
There's-
Exactly, but
There's
Well,
also
has anyone eaten the food and not been affected?
Nils,
No.
there was a young boy who was unaffected by the child's word directly. And then
the young lad that was with the corpulent cleric.
We met a smith who skipped a ceremony because he was sick, and he mentions that he felt like maybe he should move on, leave the crusade. Maybe he was losing his influence.
Did he eat this body of...
He missed it.
Do
that
they
day, he
truly
said.
cut
From
off
what
a
I
piece of
remember,
him?
No, it's an expression that he gives him. He gives them bread and says it's part of his body, his spirit, the essence of Sigmar.
I
That's
believe
ghastly.
he said Eckert brought it back for him and he ate it. And then he said, "Oh, I got better. Was it a
he was
miracle? I
cured
don't
of
know."
the yellow plague after
Yeah.
he ate this possibly blessed piece of bread.
But he did not become a fervent follower again.
Well,
He
maybe
hasn't seen him since.
then possibly
He didn't see him. He just got the bread.
Yeah.
then the best assumption we can make is that the bread has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the gathering.
On the third day, so it needs to be
Did you
consistently.
see? Did anybody become enwrapped? Well, we saw. It was when they saw him and heard him. We saw from the hilltop when they entered town
I felt
the first
that.
time.
Yes, but the boy was fine.
So it has to do with the boy's presence, it seems.
Yes.
And the priest that's aiding
Not-
him.
Not some meal.
No.
Piece of bread.
It ties in somehow.
Well,
Symbolic.
what we will need to do is
If
if it has to do with his voice, the guard will sneak in. We'll do our best to not fell an innocent man. They are all victims of his power anyway. And we will have to end the boy quickly before he can speak a word.
I know I'm the last one to ask for anything. That should ask for anything. But we would like to make sure that the smith and his son are not...
Are they anywhere near the compound?
They're in the outer circle, but I wanted to make sure.
He goes into he pulls out the map that was drawn by you guys. Before, that's something I forgot to say. Before the prince left, he handed over the information back to the Glade Guard, and they handed it to Lornock because he's in charge. Lornock pulls it out, and he says, well, there's a corral toward the north. We'll use the tents towards that. Are they anywhere near those tents?
No, not at all.
No.
Then I don't see why they would be in any kind of danger.
But we don't know where Nils is. Do you remember the small boy, the acolyte, with the
Yes.
hammer bearers? It seemed as though he wasn't influenced, but we couldn't find him. We sent the smith's son Eckert to find him, and the hammer bearers wouldn't let him leave.
One of them struck the boy.
Nils might be somewhere in the compounds, but we don't know where.
At this point, it's gotten kind of dark. Lornock says, I think it's time for us to get into position. Follow me. He starts moving through, and the Glade Guard, without noise, start weaving through the brush, heading for the edge of the camp towards the north side.
Should I?
Should you what?
No, the hood. He's talking about the
Should I pull the
cloak.
hood up?
Certainly, if you feel like it. It's a stealthy-ass situation.
All right. Flip.
He's still loud, but at least he blends in better.
Literally just like a fucking white ghost in the middle of a forest. Like,
Need you all to make stealth checks with advantage.
Oh, good.
Saw that face.
Well, because I automatically have disadvantage, it would just be normal, right?
Yes.
So then it's a 4.
wait, so
You have
Say-
inspiration, though.
I do.
How we
So
have-
maybe I should use it.
yeah,
Ends game anyway.
we need to use our
That's just a
inspiration,
reroll?
right?
It's,
I'm sure you can be stealthy.
nope,
No,
that's
I
not how that works.
have
Oh, I
my
can't do it.
Not
actual-
only in
no,
combat you can do bardic
The
inspiration.
actual inspiration.
Well, for combat inspiration, for
Combat
any roll.
action.
Wait, so I just get to reroll? That's how it works?
No, it gives you advantage on a roll before you roll it.
Fuck, that means we
Okay,
can't
so
use it
then
Gotta
I
use
got
it
a
ahead.
14.
You got a 14?
Yeah, because I rolled it twice and then I remembered I had disadvantage, so I counted the first one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
The 14.
Okay, 14 then.
What'd you get?
9?
9!
9?
27?
Wait, can I use my fancy hummingbird? No, that doesn't count.
No, that's
Damn it.
just evasion.
I was hoping to.
I could just never die if I had that.
Obviously, she is a high elf, not a wood elf.
Yes.
As every once in a while you hear an Eltharian curse coming from the back of the.
My heel!
No, more of a.
Heel.
You hear a branch snap, and then you hear fuck. Then you hear a little bit of fabric riff, and you hear fuck.
She would absolutely, if she gets stuck,
Just
just rip
tear it
parts of
all
her
up.
dress off, and it's
Oh, yeah, you're
definitely
hearing-
happened. That's possible.
You're hearing just she's not being that stealthy at all. But at least you're far enough away, and the
And I'm not about to tell her that anyway.
because they roll a disadvantage inside anyway because of sound and other things. So you end up getting into position. Takes about 20 minutes to walk to where you need to, and the Glade Guard sink down into the brush. And Lornock instructs you to do the same. And now we're going to wait for at least an hour before we go in. Just keep your eyes on the camp and take note of any kind of movements. We'll discuss just before we head in. Once we notice that the camp has started to truly bed down for the night. And then we'll move. Understood? Okay, I'm going to need a round of 4 perception tests from each of you.
4. God, okay. Alright. I'm gonna write this down because I am not gonna remember.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Hell no, I gotta.
Okay, first one's a 19. Next one's a 9.
14, 17,
7.
16, 9. Unnatural 20, excuse me.
Okay.
Me too. Okay, so I have a 11, an 8, a 17, and a natural 20.
I have a 19, 9, 7, and 20, which is unnatural.
Okay.
That is unnatural.
Oh wait, do we add our bonuses to all those?
Yeah, they're
Yeah, they were perception
Sorry,
tests.
then that's even better.
They were all
Hold on.
perception tests.
Then add 3 to every single number.
So your lowest roll would have been an 11 then.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right. I got you.
thank you.
During the first 15 minutes, you hear the speaking and kind of hustle and not hustle and bustle. It's things are getting quieter as people seem to be heading for their tents for the night. The night guard is taking over their positions. There was something off. Maybe it was a weird wind that garbled a couple of words. But because you rolled so well on the first roll, it sounded weird. Next 15 minutes roll by, you hear some animal movement in the woods nearby, but this kind of a camp tends to disturb the local wildlife, and they become agitated and they move a little bit more at night. It's at the third quarter hour. It's when you start to realize these sounds
Oh, crap.
are not of that. Who rolled the highest on the final roll?
I would say she did because she got the
haven't-
natural 20.
got a
Yeah, I have
natural
an
20.
unnatural 20 though.
We both had an unnatural 20.
Yeah. And we rolled
You
really
hear
well.
murmuring. You actually understand. About 20 feet away, just past the glade guard, you hear, it sounds like, I don't know, it's Reichspiel. It's common, but it's a little garbled. It's even better than we hoped for. Half the boys' guard is here. Signal the master. And that's when you hear the crunching of sticks, the rushing of leaves.
I don't have time to tell the signal.
Cygor.
As... Ooh, that's loud. Is walking amongst you, not noticing you at all, the undead march towards the camp from the woods. Feet dragging, mouths lulled open, and amongst them, shepherding the undead,
Oh yeah.
bald of all hair, ghouls, pushing the zombies on, instructing them as they go, walking right around you in your stealthy positions. One of them even walks up the middle, right in between Carmen and Lornok. You see his feet
Our love is dead.
walk right past.
No, he's undead. He will live forever.
And he's looking right at you. Hand over his mouth. Anybody else? The three of you were in range. He has his hands down. You are fluent in Eltharian. Make an intelligence check. Intelligence, so add your intelligence modifier to it.
Okay. 16.
Okay. He actually starts signing Eltharian symbols. It says, "This is good. We use this to our advantage." And that's when one of them bumps into you. It kicks your leg, trips, and nearly falls on top of you. Somebody rolled low on their stealth check. And that's when we're going to have you roll initiative.
I thought you were going to say, and that's where we're going to end off this
I was
week.
gonna get over there, like,
We
no,
have a
I'm the
little
DM
bit of
it.
time.
Okay. Oh, fuck me.
Okay.
15?
5.
Hold on. I'll
sorry.
go down the list.
Sorry, like, oh!
Remember your number, and I'll walk down the list. Got it?
Sorry. We're good. So excited. Speak to me and I'm dead.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, our love is dead.
20 to 15. Aw, small group for letting the good times roll.
Oh no.
All
I
right.
have a 15.
So you're at a 15?
Mm-hmm.
19, 22.
Okay, so
Hi. That didn't close.
anybody else? Are you over 20?
No.
Okay. So Hildy.
No, she's a wee lass.
Hildebrand. Nira.
Should have rolled with the oil slick. To be fair, that's what fucked me in the first place. I went down the line. I'm like, oh, okay, no oil slick. How about Black Borealis?
did Carmen get?
No?
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ew.
I was too busy ogling my day.
She was too busy contemplating the death of her love symbolically.
Oh my god. No, it transcends.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Hildebrand.
Yes.
You see the zombie start to just tumble and fall on top of Lanira. What's his action?
Wow.
Other than soiling himself.
That's a given.
That's it.
Actually, on your turn, I will have you make a wisdom save.
Oh.
Fear. Boop. I love the magnets on this thing.
14.
14? Okay, yeah, you save. Now you can take your actions normally.
All right.
Otherwise, I would have given you disadvantage for until you saved.
All right. This thing is on her.
It's not grappling, it's just kind of flopping.
It's not aggressive?
It didn't know you were there. It fell on you like, and just.
It might
I'm going
be
to-
an issue.
I'm going
Yeah.
to
You're gonna hold action?
I'm going to hold my action.
So with Lanier, she just.
Well, I don't see
lay
Lochnar
there.
doing anything.
Lorinok.
Oh my god. Disrespectful.
Not just disrespecting Lorinok, you're disrespecting my creativity, okay? I came up with this guy. I inhabit this character, alright?
I appreciate him.
Okay.
Hey,
Gonna need
but the
my-
Lochnar is grand and mystical and ooh.
So you're holding your action. Oh, no. You can ready an action. So holding your action doesn't exist anymore. I found that out.
Okay.
You can ready an action for what you would do in a specific situation.
Like
so,
if it goes to bite, I readied my crossbow. I'll only shoot if it goes to bite her, or like.
yeah, you can tell me what your plan for the round is, and then if a trigger happens, then you'll do it.
Yes.
If you don't, you lose your action for the turn, and next turn you'll be able to ready another action if you wish to remain in hit. It makes it so you're not moving up and down the initiative tracker.
Is this a ghoul or is this a zombie?
This is a zombie.
I will put a bullet in its head.
If you need to give a trigger.
If it starts attacking her.
Okay. Lynira.
She's going to try and like
Hold your breath.
hold breath, stay still, just like fucking lay there.
She's gonna try and play dead underneath it. Okay.
But you don't have performance like
I'm gonna make a check now to see if it's gonna.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I know. Okay. Well, one, I do need you to make that wisdom save, the fear wisdom save.
Okay.
You have disadvantage though because
This shit's on you.
Oh, so I don't get used the +3 proficiency?
you know it means you roll 2 dice, pick the
okay.
lower.
You pick, yeah.
Okay.
And then you still add your bonuses after you pick the
Okay.
lower one.
So probably not my 19 I just rolled. Bless you.
Be hopeful.
So it's 18, 19, 20.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you save. You can act with. So you're gonna try and just hold your breath and not. Okay. Well, the control is powerful enough to keep it moving, but the command was to attack anything that moves in the camp.
I'm not in the camp.
I know it's fuzzy. I rolled
she's not
for
moving.
it.
Yeah.
Your not breathing is still moving. You have a heart. There are the undead.
Poor shit.
It's gonna try and bite you.
Okay.
You're gonna pull the trigger?
Yep.
Okay. As it falls down on top of you, you hold your breath, hoping that you see it kind of and leans down to bite.
What? It's not a 20.
No, but it's a 19.
Is it still a crit for you?
Nope, that's only a sword.
That's only the sword, but
You get your
with the bonuses from the pistol, it's +6, so that's 25.
Okay.
And I said that.
I know.
Okay.
It's definitely a hit.
oh god, did we just piss
Roll
off the
damage.
entire horde?
I think he did.
Oh fuck.
You hear the snap and concussive blast of a handgun.
Oh god.
On
The-
top of you.
Bang!
Fine with that. That's
And then, how much damage?
9.
9 damage.
9.
And it explodes gore all over your body and slumps down on top of you.
Don't move.
That's when all of the other zombies.
How many are there?
There's at least 30 where you are.
fuck. We
30?
give away our entire position.
And then the ghouls turn.
I'm gonna look at them. We're on the same side.
Keep moving. And the
We want the same
zombies
thing.
keep walking towards the camp.
Yes.
But then the ghouls start marching towards you. Lorinok looks at you right before he stands up and says, "You're a dead man." Gets up, draws his bow, gets an arrow out, and starts plugging zombies. And in Eltharion says, stand and fight. And the Glade Guard hop up and start hewing into zombies. That's when a ghoul charges Hildebrand because he fired a gun.
And I still have my other one.
So from behind Hildebrand, another ghoul makes its move.
I've got the cloak on.
I know, it just rolled and it hit once. It doesn't matter how good your cloak is, you fired a black powder pistol. You basically signaled, I'm right here. There's a big flash.
Right now.
There's some smoke. This is not smokeless cartridges here. This is black smoke is rising up from your ass as after you fired that.
I wasn't going to let it bite her, for God's sake.
Does Thunderous Force mean
You were
it
close enough to
also-
stab it. What's up?
Does Thunderous Force
I
also
was?
mean it does
You wanted to
thunder?
shoot it. No, it does thunder damage, meaning it sends a force of a wave of force, like sound.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I honestly thought, I didn't know she was like within.
You picked a pistol in the moment. We're gonna go with that. It's
Yeah.
making it interesting.
much has
Roll with it.
happened.
Roll with it.
Can't go backward.
They don't make tide sticks for this.
What did Sam do when he found out Mage Hand could have put the grappling hook on the roof instead of fucking around with it? Ah, shit! All right, whatever, and went on with it. Play. So it hit. What's your AC again?
Mine?
Yep.
16. I don't know what the cloak does.
Does hit you. It does
hard
not.
for you.
It makes it hard to notice you if you are hiding and being quiet. That's all it does. It's a cloak of Elvenkind. It gives you advantage on. It gives disadvantage to people noticing you and gives you advantage on all stealth checks. If you fire a gun from while wearing it, you look like a bush that just fired a pistol. So it's kind of still. You're a pile.
Killer bush.
You're a pile of leaves with a pistol. Are you glaring at a? Is Burford out there?
No, I was being nosy. I was looking at her cards.
Oh, okay.
You can look at mine too. I
The
was-
ghoul charges at you
Interesting.
and lunges, jumping down on top of you and actually grappling with you, and its long tongue comes out and starts whipping at you.
Yeah.
It goes for a bite, and it hits.
I try to impose disadvantage as my reaction. Am I within range of him?
Yeah, you're within range, so you're going to try and roll
gonna
over and put a
try.
shield in the way?
Yeah.
What did that do again?
It imposes disadvantage as a reaction, so I can only do it once.
I rolled a 19, and then I re-rolled it, and I got a 17.
Ooh.
So he still gets hit.
Get better AC, damn it!
The bite comes in and sinks into your shoulder. Not the same shoulder that got hit by the claws, but still hits that shoulder.
no.
I just had it
He's
fixed.
gonna get more business.
Yeah, there you go. It's all looking up.
Yeah.
Doing 8 damage. I need you to roll a Constitution save.
That would be 14.
Okay. You feel the paralyzing venom start to tighten your muscles, but you're able to force your way past it. As he's still standing over you, holding you down. He's grappled you and he bit you.
Okay.
Another ghoul charges Lornok.
Fuck him up!
Makes his way through. Two big claw swipes come in.
Which of them is going to run to save him first? Bets in the chat room.
I already used my reaction for you. I guess I don't
Oh, she
love
made
him
her
as
He
choice.
gets hit
Yeah.
as the claw rips into his side. As he defended away one claw with the bow, the other one came in and cut into his side, and you see him start to seize where he stands.
Can you help Annie? She's stuck.
Kerminster. Yes.
What is her claws stuck?
Yeah. You just gotta lift her up. Ooh.
She
Well-
was like, I don't need any help.
She just
Ow.
she was is an elaborate
wanted
ploy to get your attention.
Yeah.
Sorry. She did look stuck, you saw it.
Alright, so I'm gonna take 2 big swings on the one.
That attacked.
Lornock,
Lornock.
'cause she's actually incapacitated. It's a strategic decision.
It was my boyfriend.
Okay.
Okay, roll to attack.
Okay.
That was your cigar smoldering in the
First
ashtray.
one was 21. to
That's
hit.
a hit.
Yeah, so I guess you want me to roll, see both hit.
That righteous fury, man.
Okay, the next one is an 18.
Yup.
Okay, so I got.
Both hit.
This is my D8. Okay, so first one is 8 damage. Second one is 11 damage. So
Okay.
yeah.
19. Jump up,
Oh my god,
axe in hand.
I'm ready.
The first swing chops into its shoulder.
Who hosts?
Greg Scott Bailey has hosted us with 4 viewers. Thank you very much.
Sigma.
And then the other one comes across and lops off its head,
Yeah. And
Now,
then,
bouncing and
say it
rolling
now.
into the
and then
brush.
I lean into Lornock. Will you let me do this?
Oh no.
I lean into Lornock and I whispered into her, Sana Amin CE.
He looks at you
I thought it was her.
through the seizing pain. And he says,
Him.
in common, he says, "Not right now."
He said, not right now.
What she said means, "Take me now."
I was close. Oh dear, I might have conjugated an improper verb.
Oh man. Okay, alright. I'm sorry, but it was just too perfect. I
Oh
saved him.
Jesus!
We make a good team.
The next ghoul attacks Lanira.
Well, she doesn't know that still. She just thinks that she said, "I'm ready for you now."
Yeah.
Because you were saying it as the GM.
Lanira was able.
Lanira knows what she
No,
said, though.
the chat deserved to know what that meant too.
Well, I mean,
No, I know, but keep in mind, chat, she doesn't know that yet.
No, I know.
though, would mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
She
like,
doesn't know yet that that's
Yeah,
different, so,
yeah.
you know.
I feel like that would.
Absolute Deep, you're absolutely correct. That
Yeah.
still wasn't a no.
Aw.
You're welcome.
Absolute deep with that eyebrow.
I'm like,
Lanira is able to get her staff into position to defend as another ghoul comes down and starts swinging at her in a prone position. And then we're at the top of the order. The zombies keep marching towards the camp,
This is
moving much faster now,
This
but
is
the guards have taken up what looks like a defensive position. You start to see more of them in an alarm, and bells are starting to come from the camp as more and more guards start streaming out of their tents to defend the exterior. It looks like the gunshot might have alerted them to the presence of the zombies in the first place.
Alright.
and we were trying so hard to be.
Within a 10-foot radius around me, how many are around me within that?
There's at least 5 ghouls surrounding just you guys. There's more amongst them shepherding the zombies. And you can see, since you have the dark vision to see this, all the way, like as far as your dark vision can see, you can see the zombies moving through and the ghouls moving them on, and just within your current visual range, you can see at least 150 zombies and probably at least 20 ghouls, and you have drawn them to you.
If we stop them,
turn?
now our plan's ruins. Like, they know we're here now.
Wait, what initiative?
It's top of the. It's Hildebrand's turn.
Oh, did I? didn't get-
No. He's got ahead of you. He is
Okay.
ahead of you. He readied an action at the beginning of the round last time.
Sorry.
Hildebrand, what's Hildebrand doing?
Gun goes to the back. Out comes
The
Moonlight.
Moonblade.
The Moonblade.
A pale white light starts illuminating the rest of them, almost making them even creepier looking, because the way you hold a blade is low, so it's giving them all spooky campfire light, but it's all silvery.
Did they come out of a lake?
Oh my god! Hose! Fire hose, please! Table one!
Apparently, because they
All right.
just into the concept of the zombies.
It's just lovely. It's a perfect day.
Oh, okay.
Listen, you orange.
No, it's not.
What
It's
is
over.
Hildebrand doing?
Friday the 13th is over.
Well, let's fucking end this then.
It's over.
All right, so I've got the Moonblade, and I'm going to slice at the ghoul that attacked me.
Okay.
plus 6 plus I get 1 from the Moonblade itself, so 7, so 24.
That's definitely a hit.
Flourish time.
Are you going to
what I
use your
I know,
bonus
I was
action
thinking.
for
Yeah,
Bardic
Here's what it
Inspiration?
says.
I was holding that off.
Here you go.
Something
That's the
else.
one I have.
Okay.
That's what okay.
Yeah, that's what I was looking up.
Because I actually had a specific
vengeance,
reason for you, a specific
One of
time
them
in
you
mind
guys
to use the
said.
inspiration.
Okay.
Because you only get the inspiration once per session, right?
No, not your Bardic
Oh,
Inspiration,
my Bardic
asshat.
inspiration. Oh, right.
Use a bonus action to give it
Yes. Then
after you roll damage, because you got damage.
all right. So that is
It should be a D8 plus Dex plus 1.
right. I'm just want to make sure I got the right. Where the hell is my card?
I don't believe so.
Why is it not on your sheet? You should
I
have
do
transferred it
have
over.
my-
Oh, I did, but it had other things in it. Oh, yes.
The damage should be one of the main things on your
I
sheet.
think that's
You need to write that down.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's yes, it's plus
I
1.
plan to do that to Laura.
What's the damage die, though?
He doesn't get out of it.
The damage die is a D8.
So it's a D8 plus 1 plus the Dex. Yes, it's a plus 1 blade, so,
Yes, so it's
both
plus
to hit and damage get the bonus.
Right, so it's plus 4.
Yes.
And that would be 9.
Okay. The blade, you see it streak and almost leaving behind a white ribbon as it swings through the air and cuts a nice big hunk out of the side of the ghoul as it rears back, letting out as you just hear the wet thud of flesh hitting the ground. You have anything else to do on your turn?
Yes. You need it. I know I have more faith in you than you might possibly think. Let fly your missiles of blue and white. And may your god guide its flight.
That ain't bad. Getting better at it.
Lanier doesn't believe in God. It's fine. Debate that at a campfire one night.
Okay. It is now Lanira's turn.
Okay, so on the ground, covered with fucking bits and blood, she just wipes her hand and looks around and is gonna try and roll and then get on her feet while she's putting her staff down, cast out just the sonic crash of
Thunderwave? Okay. Is that a cube around her, or is that a spot? It's
cube around.
It's an AoE around her.
15 foot.
Okay. Roll
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saves. For 5 ghouls.
Trying to be like subtle and not just the entire
what's her spell
force.
save DC?
I forget where that is.
It should be in the area where you have your spells
Spell
per
save
day.
DC right under your weapons, right on the front page. Right there, the little double
15.
thing.
All right, so 15. 3 of them fly off their feet. Roll damage.
Wow.
They all take, 3 of them take full damage, 2 of them take half damage.
Alright, so it takes 2d8.
And actually, the one that one of them explodes, essentially.
That's the one that I cacked?
The one that you sliced. Go ahead, roll damage.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay. Is that a cantrip?
No, it's 1.
Oh, it's a level 1 spell.
Level 1.
Level 1 spell doing 2d8. Damn. Oh, it's because it has a con save against it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the one that you cut, you actually see it's where the cut, where the gash happened. You see its entrails pour out that hole as the vibrations from the thunder wave throw it further away, and it slams against a tree, and you hear that crack as its spine snaps across the branches.
Next.
2 more of them are swept off their feet and they fly into the brush. But 2 hold, standing, and take a step into it. Teeth and eyes rattling, but holding their stance. Let's see. One ghoul lunges for Lanira. Hitting once.
Nope. Shield.
You can activate it, yeah, as a okay. It increases your AC. What's your armor class? I'm assuming you did the mage armor.
Yeah, until the start of your next turn, you have a +5 bonus to AC, including against the triggering attack, and you take no damage. Okay. My AC is so 14, then 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it's a 19 right now.
Yeah, no, you.
Was I able to roll closer to Carmen when I got up and everything? Okay.
Yeah, the ghoul lunges. One hand comes down, and Lanira throws the staff up in the way, gets the staff in, and its claw rakes against the pole, almost holding onto it for a second. The other claw comes in, and you see her hand flick and throw down like a knife edge with with a blue cone around it, and smacks the other hand away as energy, just a bright white light flashes from the impact between the ghoul's hand or claw and her spell. The next one lunges at Hildebrand. What's gonna hit twice?
I'm gonna try and...
You're gonna use your reaction to defend him?
Yeah.
Alright, so it's gonna reroll both of these. Wow. Okay. As the ghoul lunges in at Hildebrand, Carmen sidesteps in, shoulder charges Hildebrand off to one side, deflects one claw with the haft of her axe, and jabs the shield into its face. You have advantage the next time you attack this thing. It rolled a 1 on its attack, so you have advantage next time you attack it.
Cool.
And it's her turn.
No, Lornock has to go.
No, Lornock is...
Lornock
I was gonna...
make it
is still paralyzed.
I was gonna cure that.
Well, on your turn.
Yeah.
Now it is your turn.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use my lay on hands on him. I'm gonna give him.
Is this an action or a bonus action?
It's an action.
Okay, lay on hands.
Sure.
All right.
Question.
Answers.
It's a player GM question.
Okay.
If she doesn't, does she keep the advantage, or is it only for this next immediate turn?
Sorry. The next time somebody attacks that ghoul, they have advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyone, I guess.
Anyone who
Well, I
attacks
thought it would be more important to get him up off the ground.
So you can use 5 points
It's
to.
an action. Yeah, poison or disease. Would you say?
It's a
thought it was
paralysis.
poison.
It's a paralysis.
Like a neurotoxin.
How close are you
I
guys?
did describe it as that.
Antidote from him.
I'll give it to you this time. Not every paralysis effect though is
True.
that.
Right.
So just be aware of that. That this
Okay.
just
Oh,
because it worked in this paralysis.
'Cause it was a venom.
Because it was a dripping goo
Yeah,
kind of
that's what I
claw
thought.
thing.
I
So
thought
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you this time. But if it was like a
gor-
basilisk
or
Yeah.
Gorgon breath.
thing, Gorgon breath, basilisk, Medusa. Yeah,
Okay.
a proper Gorgon.
I like.
I always thought that turning the Gorgon into a bull thing and then having all of them called Medusas, but that's a proper name. I always thought that was weird in D&D. But anyway, sorry, that's a
Tangent.
Greek mythology nerd getting mad at Dungeons and Dragons nerds.
All right, so I'm gonna pull him up so he's sitting up and give him a smack on the cheek.
I love you.
I know.
His face, can you just...
Get back on your feet. We have things to do.
And he says something in Eltharian.
Say, well, do they hear? Do they know?
He whispered it to you. They didn't hear.
Oh!
Oh God.
All right.
Listen, this is not the hookup you wanted.
Hildebrandt,
The hookup you deserve.
make a perception test.
Crock of shit now. 9.
9?
Your actions. It's your turn.
Oh, okay.
You're next to make a perception test.
Okay.
All right. The one that tried to attack me that has the disadvantage, I'll have advantage if I attack this one.
Yeah, you see it's off balance.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of left it there and then ran away.
Okay, so 15 plus 6 plus 1. Okay, so 22 to hit this
That's
one.
definitely a hit.
Ugh. Only 6 points this time. And as my bonus action, let love inspire you.
Oh no.
Really, that's the right.
Oh.
That's what we're going with. That's
I'll take it. Whatever.
All right.
And I need say nothing more. But frankly, I think you're going to score.
All right, too much. Terrible.
I'm just so happy.
Terrible. The sword lunge strikes home, but you stab it through the shoulder, nothing vital, and you can see the black blood starting to pour down its shoulder as it shakes off the off foot that it was put on and gets back into a more menacing stance. Lanira. What did Lanira get on her perception test?
Like a 7.
Okay.
Horse shit. Oh, because
Lanira's actions.
would my arcane knowledge give me any insight in terms of how to best repel damage?
Sure. Make an arcane. I'll allow it.
$26?
You know that they are susceptible to radiant or spells with a radiant edge to them.
I mean, I'm doing enough damage with my axe
We can't.
alone.
This is all on you. I'm sorry.
And I don't want to create a beacon in the middle of the forest right now.
Exactly why I didn't like the forest up.
Yeah.
it would be her problem.
So
Now, my move.
now that I'll allow that as your bonus action to think of that. What is your full action?
She's actually gonna. When I rolled over to Carmen, so I'm near Carmen and Lorna. So she's going to. Do we want to just try and run past this and use the chaos to get into the camp?
Lornock is simply puts. Just get them off of us for now.
All right, so I'm gonna roll for Thunderwave again.
Okay. Okay, a second Thunderwave. Gotcha.
Ooh.
So there's 4 within range of you right now. All 4 of them hit the deck.
Wait, like they.
You knocked them
they
all down.
dodged?
Do full
Oh,
damage.
Okay, cool. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So the one that I
One of them is impaled on a tree.
That would be the one that I
nearby. As it's
sliced?
Yes, as it's lifted off the ground by the sheer force of thunderous impact, and flies into a tree with a broken, exposed branch. It pales on it, just hangs there, held aloft by its rib cage. The other 3 smash to the ground. 2 of them still on the ground from before. All looking rather stunned. Carmen, they actually got knocked away far enough that they actually have to stand up and take turns to move into you. So they get back up and they move back into melee range, charging towards you. None of them have enough to actually attack.
Okay, I'm gonna go and
Make a
meet
perception
them.
test.
Oh, okay.
Chest. Perception test.
Yeah.
LORINOC.
Or I could add this. What do you say?
They were asking how to spell Lornock. LORINOC.
Yeah, why don't you make sure about that?
What do I add? It's a D8.
It's a
now, right?
D8 now. My bardic inspiration is a
Alright.
D8.
All right, so I got a 14 total. Here you go. Sad life.
You hear it above you. The sound of leather wings snapping in the air. Much larger than any bat you've ever seen.
I was waiting for this!
A creature the size of a man and a half more flaps across the skyline and heads towards the center of the camp. It crashes into Carl's tent and starts thrashing about. And that's where we're gonna leave it here.
No! What did Lornock say?
We'll have to find out next time.
You should have used your turn to ask me.
Good job. You guys. So, from everybody here at Devil's Luck Gaming, I have been Connery. With me has been
Cassandra Lee.
Ryuko.
And Ye Old Dragon, and if I could just for 1 second, because my info is still not in the social media button.
No, it is.
It is? It was added?
It is, I see it.
Oh, okay, it was
See,
added. Then I
Marshall
apologize.
Even before me.
This motherfucker's gonna go ahead and just break up the entire flow of my sign
I
off
know.
But I'm
to
sorry.
give false information.
Yeah, I'm not.
I have stuff to say.
Anyway, okay, I'm Ye Old Dragon. Good night.
And until next time, folks, keep an eye on our social media to know when we go live. Until we see you again around here, remember to stay evil.